So we played this game once before. This is our second session with it. And it's basically like a fantasy novel. Point and click. Not really even point and click, I guess. Text-based RPG. With great writing and really interesting sound design and music. So it's going to be extra cozy. So we're going to jump back into where we were. I remember we kind of have a few things going, but I know there's at least one person who's going to be waiting for us on this, the second day in-game. So I know there's one person waiting for us to return, so we're going to make sure that we honor that, because that would probably not be the best start, to start off with breaking promises to NPCs. So let's begin. The countryside needs roadwardens more than ever, but trails are getting overgrown. Roadside shelters are desolate. There are fewer horses to train, and not enough iron for new blades. Just as a reminder, our horse's name is Nagy, so if that throws anybody. That was, I believe, Stu recommended the name Nagy, so just felt right. And it's also a bit of a pun. No worries, Mackie. Have a good lurk, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, this is a great game to lurk to, so if anybody just wants to zone out or do other things, or, I mean, that's kind of always what I am happy to have happen in my streams. If my stream is like background noise for you while you take care of other things, I think that's awesome. I agree, Snedix. I agree. So we're just waking up on the second day, and we are in a place called Howler's Dell, a prosperous village of farmers and animal breeders. You're currently here, so that's where we are now. We started down here. We ran into some danger out here. Came back, and we've seen a few different spots. So we're gonna have to go. I believe it was the ruins. That's where that person is waiting for us. It's warm here, but the mouflon skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple of times during the night. The smell of the cooked stew fuels your hunger, and the staff returns to the room once every hour or so to stir the pot. You wake up early, but leave the building to check up on Nagy and give him water from the creek. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl with either stew or gruel. Thais is nowhere to be seen. She's sort of like the governor or the mayor, I guess, of this settlement, and she seems really sharp. One of the characters I kind of liked getting to know last time, so we're gonna, I'm sure, speak with her plenty more. I ask a guard to look for the mayor. I approach Eric's the innkeeper. The trader's not around. I sit at a table and wait for him. And it's still very early, so let's see if... so we've got one dialogue option left with Thais, the mayor, and it's asking about where she got all her money. And we were told by somebody at the previous settlement, it was actually at the Pelt, which is like the pub, I guess. Don't ask her about her money, trust me. So we're just gonna not bring that up. I approach Eric's the innkeeper. I need a few rations. It might be wise to buy... Oh, we don't have a lot of gold, so maybe we won't. I think before we take on anything else, because I think we're going to be coming back here, I think it might be wise to go back and fulfill that obligation we had with the person at the ruins. Let's see what Bion, the tailor, has to say. You follow the guard's directions and reach the whitewashed building standing on the western bank, next to a small garden of flowers and herbs. It's well kept and clean, with a plain, beaten front yard, in parts covered with sand. Through the open windows, you catch a glance of the furniture, made of smooth, almost shiny wood with hints of dark cherry-like red, decorated with carvings of plants. A woman in her 40s is sitting on a wooden bench. The table is covered with fabrics, threads, and needles made of bone and iron. She's sewing a long sleeve to what's going to become a blue tunic. Her movements are quick and confident. Her brown, wavy, shoulder-length hair is tied into a wreath-like braid. But other than that, her clothes are simple and inconspicuous. She doesn't have a left leg, but you don't notice any cane. You observe her for a few moments until, without sparing you so much as a glance, she encourages you to speak with a grunt. I'm looking for a tailor. You found one. Her voice is low and doesn't stop her work. Name's Bion. Couple questions. I'm interested in a new set of clothes. My gambeson needs work. We don't have a lot of gold, so I'm not going to ask to buy anything. I might just ask. So she's not a bard, she says. All right. I offer my services to the guard. Let's not do that yet. Let's see. Can I go straight back to the ruins? Oh, it just takes us straight there. Interesting. So that did eat up a little bit of time, which makes sense, but that's fine. The village remains dead. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. We got 3 fish. You pull the rope and see 3 flopping fish inside. You prepare your axe, then open the lid and reach for your catch. You stun the animals one by one with 2 careful blows at the top of their heads and finish them off with a knife, cutting underneath the gill plates. You spend another minute or 2 bleeding out the fish in the stream, then cover them with a waxed linen sheet. You should eat them soon, before they spoil. I step away. Alright, well, and I think I assume that I get that trap back, right? Oh, maybe that's like consumed. Oh, it stays there. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. I take the fish trap back. You dismantled the trap. You shake the basket expecting it will get drier during your ride, then attach it to your saddle. Okay, so now we've got that again. What's our cleanliness like? You won't get much cleaner without a proper bath. Okay, I won't get any cleaner. All right. Let's look around a bit. I want to look around the northern gate. The paths here are almost reclaimed by grasses. I think that should have 2 S's there. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings. I approach the nearby tree. I look into the well. I want to open the gate. I go somewhere else. Let's go to the tree. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead quinces have maggots crawling under their skins. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark-winged birds sitting among the branches, the flesh of the fruits or the worms. Quinces are rarely eaten without having a chance to blet. You can safely guess that they were meant to be dried or to add taste to cookies or hard drinks. After a few moments, you realize that the bottom part of the tree, just above the ground, is partially charred. Someone must have posed a torch here, but the wet wood didn't burst into flames. Let's look at the well. It's filled up with soil, and you find nothing interesting about the area around it. I don't know that we want to open the gate. I don't know that that's a good idea to open that gate. I explore the northwest part of the village. So I love that also it reveals in the image here when we do that. The colorful grass covers the entire fenced pasture. The large stone placed in the middle suggests it could be a playground for ibexes, or maybe it's just an old garden. You see a couple of small sheds, a latrine, and a single building to the south, completely burnt down. All of these places were cleaned out by scavengers. Nagy doesn't want to approach the large ruins in the north. The terrible stench of feces and rotting food scares you off as well. The paths are covered with goblin footprints. It's daytime, so the pack should be asleep. If the beasts were active, they would try to scare you off or to hunt down your mount. This is their territory, and once they wake up, you will face a furious enemy. I go somewhere else, quietly. Let's try the northeast part. The debris was partially moved outside of the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. The table, cupboards, shelves, and bits and pieces were carefully ransacked. The wildly growing vegetables and herbs are the only remnants of the abandoned gardens. You spot fresh human footprints at the entrance to the latrine, most of which lead to and from the center of the village. You notice a set of simple tools leaned against a pile of rubble: a wooden spade and a shovel, a pointed stick, a hoe with a bone head, a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, but you'll know where to find them if you need them in the future. Good to know. The closer you are to the village and the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth. Your forehead hurts. You start to stumble. Nagy, worried by the sight, pokes your head with his nose. I walk far away from the walls. Leaning on your mount, you go outside, keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clearer. It may be better to leave, or at least stay away from the village for the rest of the day. Oh no, I think I made a mistake here. I thought we'd have more time. Let's try this again. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try this again. Okay. We'll check the fish trap. We go again, indeed. Okay. I take the fish trap back. Northeast. See the tools. I return to the scavenger's camp. Here we go. The entrance to the scavenger's hideout is open. You see scraps of metal organized in piles, while the old furniture has been dismantled into loose planks and pushed into corners. Roadster. The man looks tired, and his beard is sticky, but he smiles at you. If you're ready, I'll start packing the tent. If you don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. It will be quicker. Just say the word and we can leave. He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about himself. I brought you some food. I already gave him a bunch of food. Gather your bags. I'm taking you to the Howler's Dell. Journal. Going again? I'm a scavenger in the ruined village at the southern road. He wants me to take him to the village of Howler's Dell. I know the road from the ruined village to Howler's Dell. It's safe. I can also take him to Pelt for my help. He offers me either dragon bones or a mixture that scares 8 men away. So I guess what would be the benefit of either? I guess we'll take him to where we said, which is Howler's Dell. The scavenger keeps asking you to watch out for beasts and wraps the sharper scraps of iron in his cape. Folding the tent and putting it on your horse takes a while, and neither of you can sit down on the large pile of sacks and bundles. There's a long walk ahead of you, but for Nagy it won't be much of a burden. Once you clear the room, you walk away. At first you hear only the birds and horseshoes. Then the man starts to whisper. Faster, eh? The apes are looking at us. You don't see any proof of that. Nothing we can do about it. I lead us to the northern road. You move forward, slowed down by having to secure the bundles on Nagy's back and carry your own bags. After half an hour, the man asks for a break. Even though you shared your food with him, he's not fully recovered from days of hunger. But the farther away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets, mostly speaking about the thing he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then the beasts show up. I prepare my axe. Two dragonlings, each about 5 feet long, approach you from opposite sides, getting ready to charge at you. They lash their tails and screech, but you know that panicking and running away is the worst thing you can do. They're fast, used to chasing their prey near the roads, and with a much larger advantage in an empty field than in the forests. Even on a horse, you could barely outrun them, and your best option now is to hold your ground. The scavenger knows it as well. He fires his crossbow, hitting one of the predators right in the skull. It clumsily falls down without another breath. The other dragonling jumps forward, surprisingly silent. The man reaches for a dagger, not much longer than the monster's teeth. We don't have a crossbow. I do my best to defend myself. Step aside, I've got this. I move in front of the scavenger even if it puts myself in danger. I don't know about that. I do my best to defend myself. You prepare yourself to dodge, but the beast surprises you by suddenly changing its target. It jumps aside when it's only a dozen feet away from you, then attacks the soul who appears to be less prepared. Still, you're even faster. Before it sinks its teeth into your companion, you take a wide swing at the dragonling's neck from top to bottom. It's all it takes. The head flies away and wetly thuds into the ground. The man laughs from shock. "Thank you," he pants heavily. It was way too fast. Without you, I'd be dead by now. I better load the ballista again, You take a moment to judge the situation. Neither of you is hurt, but a not-so-distant howling already reaches your ears. You can't take the dead animals with you. Nagy won't be able to carry much more. However, a few claws could be exchanged for a dragon bone or two. I cut away one of the monster's paws. Let's hurry, wolves are going to catch the smell of blood soon, or I don't need more blood. I rush the man and leave this place. Let's take what we can. You picked up a dragonling's paw. The man breathes heavily but doesn't ask for a break. Once you get close to the village, he lets out a sigh of relief. That's one soothing view, The guards open the gate quickly and take care of the scavenger's bundles, which Nagy welcomes with a nicker. The man answers a couple of questions and asks if anyone has found his pack bird. After a short conversation, he stretches out loudly and looks at you. Now I don't have to point my ballista at the door whenever I hear paws on the pavement. Once you mention the reward, his face gets serious. So, like I told you, if you want your coins, you have to come back tomorrow when my pouch gets heavier. Bill can and would prefer to give you the potion that repels ape men instead. It's useful, but not as much in the south as it is here in the woods. Exactly. I'll be here tomorrow or later. Don't leave before you pay me 5 dragon bones. I'll take the jar. Okay, so this is interesting. Do we want money, or do we want to take this jar? I think we should take the jar. Journal updated, escort the scavenger. I'm glad. He unpacks a large jar made of clay. I'm not gonna lie, Roadster. It's pure troll urine, he chuckles. Don't ask me how I got it. If you want to scare off some ape men, use it before they see you. Trolls eat them all the time, so they stay away for as long as they can. You imagine that you can feel the warmth of the jar. Well, I won't miss it. I'll be here for at least a couple of days. You'll find me around if you need me. After all my recent camping, I'm going to spend a few hours kissing this nice, strong wall. He starts to laugh and walks away, waving goodbye. I pack the jar and make sure it won't spill in my bag. You got troll urine? Question mark. You're wandering through the village. 2 red-haired twins are weeding a flower garden. A young man is reprimanding a little girl who had dropped and shattered a clay bowl. I think it's time we offer our services. That was what we wanted to do. It's about midday. Let's look at our journal real quick. Escorting the foragers, a group of workers is going to explore the forest garden seeking wood and mushrooms. You'll ride ahead looking out for threats. This task will take about half a day and may get dangerous. And one coin? Alright, let's try it. It may get dangerous. It may be fine. Cool. It was fine. It turns out you don't have much to do. You get your job done quickly and with little difficulty. That's cool. Alright. More of those, please. I don't think we need to see the tailor. Hello, Cades. How's it going, man? It's going all right, man. Yeah, this game is really interesting. Like we were saying before, I've never really played a game like this, and it's like about as chill as it gets. So I'm enjoying it. It is a little tiring keeping up the reading, just because I want to do a great job of it. So last stream we played this game for about 4 hours, and by the end of that, my brain was like, okay, we're done thinking now. So we might not play it for that long. We might play something else, or we might just have a shorter stream. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's a lot of reading. And like I said, I want to do a good job of it, so I want to do it right. Moved some furniture earlier, taking a break now. That's good. I'm glad you're taking a rest. Are you, did you move, or are you just like rearranging stuff, or are you just helping out a friend? Be careful with your back. You only get one back. Out of workspace. Nice. Nice. Best to laugh, of course. You approach the inn. The stools and benches are filled. People share meals, news, and plans for later. The air is lively and filled with soothing routine. The innkeeper is walking among the tables cheerfully, taking care of empty bowls and plates, or bringing new servings from inside the building. Thais is nowhere to be seen. The stall is in perfect order, but draws little of the locals' attention. The trader walks around gossiping. Whenever someone approaches the counter, he moves back quickly. The scavenger is sitting at a table eating gruel from a bowl. Let's see if the trader has anything for us. The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour, mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing. The other locals walk away, giving you space to talk trade in peace. Weevils. He points at a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee. Shit me fire, it was ground a few days ago. Any pies for us tomorrow, looks like. He puts the sack on the ground. I'll take care of it later. A Roadwarden, I. Ava, the mayor, cared enough to see you, and kids are lining up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now. He's wearing a simple brown robe with no hood, a rope instead of a belt, and modest trim made of green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him, and hangs from him like a bag. He looks like a poor vendor from Havlavan. He stands sideways to you, with legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other one on his hip. He's around 40, short and a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. So these are, just as a reminder, we can approach him by being friendly, be supportive and cordial. Playful, we can use a joke or a witty comment. Distanced, we can hide our emotions. Intimidating, hinting at a threat. Or vulnerable, be sad, tired, afraid, or hopeless. Piano fingers. I say we be friendly. You're a traitor, I assume. So if I can see the options, so I'm not like committing to them. That is cool. Yeah, I thought I was like picking... Yeah, I thought I was picking one by just selecting this, but I can like see how it would come off. So vulnerable is I may not be wealthy, but I need a few things. Whereas friendly is you're a traitor, I assume. I guess we'll see each other often. For you, a traitor. For my neighbors, the treasurer. Name's Akaikos. I think that's how I'm going to say it. 2 little ducks. Studini is here. Welcome in, Stu. We got 2 Stews. Stu, thank you for the 22 months, man. That's incredible. Thank you very much. It's great to see you, Studini. And Retro Stu is here as well. We didn't plan this. What a deal. Welcome in, both of you. We are playing Roadwarden, which is basically like a fantasy novel in a game. The Council of Stews. So we're just meeting this trader here. Everyone brings here what they have in abundance, and I either sell it to the travelers or divide it among the workers, builders, and artisans. These things here are not mine. He runs his eyes over the crates and barrels, but I can show you our wares if you want. But do not ask me for better prices just because you're a traveler. I need to explain myself for every deal I make, or Thais will laugh at me all the way to the pyre. Thank you, Gates. Welcome in, Stews. I hope you're both having a lovely evening. It's very nice to have you here. So I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything of use for a traveler? I bring goods to sell. What can you tell me about Asterion? Do you need any help? I could use a job. Nothing for now. So let's look at our inventory. We have 4 food rations, which isn't nothing, and 3 fish. Could be bartered for food or sold. Maybe let's see if we can sell these. I bring goods to sell. Surprise me. A raw fish. Why are you putting it here? You want to cook it? Take it to Eric's there. He nods towards the innkeeper's counter. I see. Okay. Let's see what he's got to sell. 'Tis hard to say. What do travelers need? He clears his throat and turns away to have a look at his store. While some of the crates and barrels are empty, they carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabric. It takes him a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop and he unwraps the first one. You recognize what it is by the shape alone. Tell me this is not a beauty. He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. The haft is long, but the head is light. I know what you're thinking. Your eyes say everything. He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely listen to him. You see your reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it takes hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just a decoration, and the handle is as smooth as glass and perfectly fits into your hand. The man chuckles. You like it, Now I doubt you can afford it, but do not worry. That's not all I have. I take a look at the rest of his stuff. May, have a great lurk. Thank you for being here. Thank you for saying hello. The Stuluminati. His long fingers tap against the parchment windows of a lantern. Its frame is cheap, made of oak. 'Tis glued. 'Tis quiet. he says while shaking it in the air. Not as fancy as the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without luring all the corpse eaters and goblins. Perfect for a traveler. Just take a look. Inside the lantern, you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses. Hide and glue are not easy to make, but I will not ask for more than 4 rings. The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. It contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets. We usually keep them for traders, but we could use a few dragon rings. And who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan. He gives you a long look. Interested? Depends on what you want for it. So, wow, 15. I only have 4. I could buy the lantern, but that would take me out of everything. So I think we should probably earn a little bit more of the dragon bones, I think is the currency. They call them rings. Before we buy anything else. I wonder if this linen is something I could take somewhere else and get way more for it, since we're traveling. What can you tell me about Asterion? That's the previous Roadwarden. Which we do, obviously. That, even though he was here more than once, he did not leave much behind. Smelly hoarder. He looks around, then spits on the ground. At least he bought a blade from me. Do you remember what blade it was? Sure, 'twas a special one, a sickle sword with a tip wider than 'twas the grip. Long as from fingertips to shoulder. Not a sword, not a knife. Single-edged. Brought his own steel to melt for it. I wonder if we'll find that. What's it good for? Fencing? Or for cutting bushes, creepers, roots? It will not fell a tree, but it's a fine tool. He nods to a passerby, but his smile disappears as quickly as it had shown up. Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and mouflons. So he took it to the wilderness. He shrugs. Pretty much anywhere. There are hills from here to the coast, and bogs in the north, and the heart of the woods. Can I help you with it? Nice. So let's quickly say nothing for now. Let's see Eric's. I caught some nice fish. He raises a fish to sniff it and holds his beard back, keeping it clean. Not many fish in our creek. I'll put them in a soup or bake them for a sauce. How many do you have? I'll give you a healthy meal for each one. Let's say 3. He takes your fish inside, making quite a bit of noise once there. Once he returns, he's holding 3 small packages wrapped in waxed cloth, which should be somewhat waterproof. So, do we now have... Wow, we have 7 food rations now. Cool. You're good, man. Do you have any work for me? Very much so. Ask Timo. She's usually at the creek, just outside the southern wall doing laundry. She wants to find herself a husband. There's not much in it for you, unless you'll be here for the marriage rites, but it will make her happier. Alright, let's try that. I look for Timo the washwoman. New entry matchmaking. Before you reach the gate, you find 3 washwomen who are walking down the path, chatting loudly. The wet hair on their arms and legs shines, contrasting the mud on their feet. Some of them wear soaked shirts. All have their heads wrapped in kerchiefs. You know from the city how hard and sometimes dangerous their job can get. You glance over their laundry baskets filled with clothes and buckets of urine. Once they notice you, one of them puts her things next to a fence and tells others to go ahead without her. Her companions giggle, but loyally leave the 2 of you alone. I was hoping to speak with a traveler. She starts and looks away. Whenever she speaks, she's both very direct and distracted, struggling to explain her plans. After a brief conversation, you try to sum it all up. So you seek a man who'd agree to take part in the marriage rites of your druids. She nods energetically, but then freezes. She's tanned from work, but her face is young and smooth, and since her hair is hidden, her bright hazel eyes keep drawing your attention. Not just any man, she interrupts you angrily. Someone who stays in the sun and works hard for us and our kids. You ask if she has any children already, and after another minute of her awkward explanations, you take a guess that she doesn't. You ask if it would make a difference for her to move to a different village. We live good lives here, safe and plentiful. I'd rather stay, but I could leave with a safe convoy. Yeah, Stu, there's excellent detail. Just so many, little moments that really are a lot of fun and just give life to this, tiny pixel art. It's just pixel art and narration, really. There's no faces. There's no, they pack so much character work into the text. It's really impressive and well written. And the music is lovely, and the variety to it is refreshing, given some of the games we've played that are kind of like this. Strange Horticulture comes to mind. The music in that game was far too narrow of a loop, and there wasn't much variety, to the point where the rainy days were a relief, because it just gave you something else to listen to. Exactly, Lane. Exactly. And that being said, Stu, I'm glad, because Strange Horticulture is a great game. It's just that was my one main gripe with it, was the music variety was way too limited. Thank you, Stu. I appreciate that, man. And Lane, welcome in. It's great to see you. I hope that you're well. Yeah, and there's also, when we get to nighttime or being outdoors, there won't be any music at all, and it'll just be ambient sounds, and those are really, really cool too. See you soon. You're wandering through the village. An upset Mouflon is bleating time and again, waiting for someone's attention. A group of children covered in mud gathers by your mount and argues loudly about what's better, horses or donkeys. Let's see if the tailor has any work for us. So we've already we haven't met this person because we did that and had to reload really quickly. Donkeys. Next debate. I agree, Lane, yeah. And there's been just very subtly kind of hints at egalitarian cultures. The mayor here's a woman, and we've met several strong female characters. One character was telling us about how a male they knew died protecting his boyfriend, and it was just, that's the way it was. It's not drawing attention to it. It's just there's a progressivism in this feudalism almost. It's very interesting. It's a cool combination. Yeah, it's not nudging and winking at me while it tells this story. It's just this is how this world is, and I like it. Yeah, this house is pretty great. This is where the tailor lives, so we just met the tailor. Could you answer a couple of questions? The boredom in her voice is palpable. I'm not a bard. Let's just see what the stock is like. She stops her work and looks at you briefly. I can tell you. You don't hear even a hint of mockery. That's a lot of work, and I do not take my work lightly. If I were to give you anything, people would see it, and I'll not let you show them some rags. And by that you mean your prices are high. You reach for a pouch, and she answers with a nod. It'll take me a day or so to finish, and a fine fabric. Your city clothes are, she frowns, just fine for the wilderness, I guess. What I'll give you is for the time with lamb meat and mead, not pathfinding. The longer the outfit you'll want, the higher the price, though I'll consider the things people say about you as well. Exactly. I'm off the clock. Fine, let's discuss it. I don't have any. I have 4 rings, and the cheapest thing here is 24. So these are fancy clothes. And our clothing is in pretty good shape. It will stop even a life-threatening strike. With your current gambeson. It's the best protection you can get. So we're good there. Good luck. Let's go back to the main square. Let's ask the trader if they have any work. You know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. Not that she's hurting or anything. He raises his open palms as if to show that he's not holding a knife. She's a teen, wants to start hunting in the woods, and I cannot teach her much, but I'd sleep better with her having a healing potion. You have. He hesitates. Almost 18 days. Bring me the potion before the last dusk, and I'll pay you 5 dragon rings. So his daughter wants to go out and learn to hunt. Where can I find such a potion? She didn't want to take the stall after you. A strong elixir. Do I not already have one? Oh, that's right. We have this bottle, but we don't know what's in it. You can't look inside, and if you open it, you may not be able to seal it again. Nevertheless, you recognize a magical potion when you see one. It has a tall wax seal, inside of which there's a thin stick, enabling swift opening. It could be anything. Get out, you bard. Where can I find such a potion? You received an old key. I can think of 2 places. The safer bet is beyond Old Pagos, on the mountain of the crazy monks. Is this Sekiro? Crazy and boring. More boring than a mouflon, but they often brew with Numa. Numa's like mana in this world. If we have a high enough Numa, we can cast spells. You can also head south, east of the crossroads behind Pelt of the North. I've not been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there, as old as the city. And this, he reaches for his clinking pouch and pulls out a massive iron key, is meant to open some secret passage there. I think we already got that, right? How do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. You've been keeping this key at your side ever since? I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that's all. We were planning to go there for years, but it is one of the things that you talk about and not do it. His brief laughter turns into a cough. Get in. She didn't want to take the stall after you? I mean, I don't really see how that's important. Nah, but that's fine. She hates me. It's better for her to take after her mother. A strong elixir would be more than 5 coins. Well, now, it's all I can pay. He spreads his arms. I do not sculpt, you stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is fair pay, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. Your daughter hates you? His low voice sounds like grunting. Since you have to know, our laws make me admit I was a wife-beater. Oh, great. And by my own deeds, I've lost my family. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm not allowed to marry again. As he starts to speak faster, he also wags his finger at you. But I'd never touch my girl. Keeping her safe is the right thing to do, even if it doesn't make things right. Yeah, that is... okay. We'll look for it. I think I know exactly where to go. About the potion. Oh, we already have it. Look at that. BTG. Welcome in, BTG. How's it going? I hope that you had a great stream. So BTG is somebody I haven't actually met yet, but I know them through 9 Online, who we all know. Of course, I met 9 through Rachel, our queen. So BTG, as I understand it, is very new to streaming, but is a very dear friend of 9 Online in real life. And it's always fun to support new streamers. So if anybody here is interested, you should follow BTG. Why does it do that? And you know what? I need to learn the new shoutouts. Because... there we go. That's the link. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Thank you, Case, for bringing that to my attention. Thank you, BTG. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, good to see you. So this is one of those amazing things that happens sometimes in gaming where you have already done the thing, and then the quest is brought to your attention, and you've got it already, right here. With a grin, he picks up the bottle gently, jiggles it, weighs it in his hand, and puts it on the counter. Great. Now let's hope my little girl will not get herself swallowed by a dragon. So, we said 5 rings. It's yours. Nice. He smiles and looks for the coins in a large pouch. Thanks, oh bringer of good news. I take my reward. He knocks on the countertop with his long fingers. Let's see, nothing for now. I walk away. We've had a very productive day so far. Too damn dope. Hey, it happens. Let's maybe talk to the scavenger. I want to learn more about the peninsula. Tell me about your travels. You must understand you're a roadster. People ask you for help. They don't think you'll steal from them when they're in their beds. He pats his bag. It's not the same when you're a drifter. They don't ask me to stay, to marry their kids, or to help them with the harvest. They just ask if I plan to pay for the room or buy stuff. You talk for quite some time, though it's difficult to uncover the details hidden in his tale. He claims he and his pack bird came here by boat, about which he refuses to speak. He landed just next to Gale Rocks, a large fishing village near the northern shore. The people there were irritable. We know someone like that. And unwilling to idly chat with him, but opened their mouths after he helped them at the smokehouse. On sunny days, the locals hunt on the shore, and when it gets dark, they hide behind the walls, gutting the fish. And when the weather goes to shit, they boil their water for salt and put fish in it, then hop to the barrels, though I don't know. They don't have many trees around. They then sell the meat to the villages and, places. He clears his throat. For crops. I let him continue. Cheers, Stu. I hope that you are feeling better. I know you mentioned that you weren't feeling great afterwards. I hope you're enjoying your night, getting to relax a little bit. And I hope you had a good time. I was told to stay away from white marshes, though no shell told me why. I joined a group of fish traders who are going to Old Pagos and its monastery, but I hate that place. Everyone does. He shrugs. I traded there for a bit. The villagers are cold. They spend days praying and talking on and on about their duty and are gray like an ashworm. So I left at dawn, me and my bird, and wasn't that a mistake? He was attacked by a short bear-like creature. He tried to run away, but following his bird was a bad idea. He fell over in the thicket, so the monster had time to get to him. I hit it with a bolt. Wasn't enough. I kick it, so it bites my legs, tears my flesh away. I almost dozed off from the pain. Can you believe it? That lazy bird came back and charged at it with its beak. His dagger was enough to get through the surprised animal's belly. It ran away. I'm glad you're here, Lane. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Stu. I hope that you're feeling better soon, too. I did see that, Lane. Thank you. Yes. I'm still collecting those and seeing what I want to do with them, but I did like what you wrote. Thank you. How did you survive with such deep wounds? The bird was patient. It let me lean on it. My ballista scared Griffs away, and we got to Howler's Dell. That's where I found the elders. They agreed to heal me, but only for coin, and told me it's an exception. After a few questions, you're sure that by the elders he means the local druids, held by the villagers in great esteem. They didn't want to talk with me a whole lot. Said I'm impudent. His tone is filled with mockery. You hear that? I spent time with Thais. At least she wasn't so boring. Quantum entanglement. Not so spooky action at not such a great distance. So why did you leave Howler's Dell alone? It wasn't so smart to move to the ruins all by yourself. I shouldn't tell, and I won't. You already know all that. You already know all that you need to. How are things? Well, I've just arrived. I can tell you more tomorrow, when I spend a few hours on something soft and finally sell some iron. But damn, that smell around me is quite something, isn't it? I'm jumping into the stream soon. We're already in the stream. Tell me about yourself. I could tell you stories for days, but who cares? He chuckles. I'm just doing my own thing, moving from wall to wall, sleeping where they let me, selling what I can, buying what I need, saving dragons for another day. I used to be a sailor. People called me Pyros because of the, he points at the burned skin on his forehead. But I'm not one to push a plow or patch ship sails all day long. I don't care if a corpser eats my bones one day. I'd rather be free for a few years than cage myself in fear for decades. And I'm damn good at staying safe. Or rather, I was before I landed in this shithole. He touches the scars on his face. I haven't gotten one of these in years, but it didn't take 2 weeks and I almost lost my legs. Spent all my coin in Howler's Dell for Elder's magic. Not the first time I have an empty pouch. Not gonna lie, but there's no coin waiting here. Once I push all the iron to the locals, I'm heading south. Though I won't ride alone, I'm not making that mistake again. I've heard no ships can land on this coast. He's probably lying, but I don't let him know that I've noticed it. I have another question. I've heard no ships can land on this coast. Explore the peninsula. Well, he tilts his head to the right and gives you a distrustful look. If you're patient and take your time, you can get to Gale Rocks from the sea, in a light boat, or a raft, or something that can avoid the rocky teeth. Sure, no hope for a ship or any trade, but with some help you can do it. But don't tell anyone I told you that. His tone gets significantly colder. It's not something people should talk about. I nod. I have some questions. We can talk. Go ahead. Okay, we're done. Bye. In front of the inn. Pyros, that's the scavenger then. Let's see if the mayor needs any help. It's getting a little late, but that's okay. The guard informs you that the mayor is currently busy, but he'll mention to her that you're waiting. You sit down on a bench and wait for quite a while. When Thais joins you, she apologizes for the wait. Welcome back to our village, Leto. You wanted to see me? So we still can't ask for anything else. Taylor, Main Square. It's too late to ask the locals about work. 4 hours before dusk. Let's see about bath and a dinner. I don't know, Stu. I'm not sure, because it says 4 hours before dusk. Yeah, there is a limited clock. We're on day 2 and there's 4 hours left in the day. So it's like when you travel, it advances the time. But I don't know that like just talking to people advances the time. Like it just said we waited for quite a while. I don't think that actually affected the time. That's a really good question though. Let's do, let's get the teeth cleaning set. Someone dreams of a healthier smile. He rubs his hands, but before you take it, he puts the box in front of you. I've got the hazelnut twigs in the sheath, but can replace them in no time. What taste are you looking for? Oh, that's cool. Hazelnut is fine. With a smile, he pushes the set towards you. What else do you need? Bath and dinner. You don't keep track of time, easing your soul with warm water and whiffs of oil. You are served a warm mutton stew and a cold yogurt while the youngsters wash your clothes in the stream. After an hour, you return to Eric's. Thanks. Let's sleep. Oh, so that means it doesn't... Let's rent a room so we can get more of our Numa back and some health. Let's do that. Like most people, you wake in the middle of almost every night. Before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, families, or lovers, but your routine is different if you don't have to take care of essential tasks. This is really cool. So it's like, what do you do in the middle of the night? Stretch my muscles, work out a bit. I spend some time outside observing stars and listening to the wild creatures. I check on Nagy. It's a good time to brush him and make sure he has everything he needs. It's the best time to pray and think about my dreams. I just stay where I am, trying to ease my soul and focus on my breathing. I feel anxious during this time. Let's check on Nagy. Nagy is our horse. Yeah, that's the only name we've changed so far. Bias. We all have it. You spend the night in peace, in a clean bed with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning you find a stool placed by your bed, covered with a decent stew and white bread to dip. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy who's covered in mud and speaks unusually loud and enthusiastically mentions that Nagy has already been brushed and watered. You nod, but he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl and with either stew or gruel. Thais is nowhere to be seen. Pyros is sitting at a table eating gruel from a bowl. So Pyros said he'd have more today. Let's ask him. Need anything? How are things? It's not bad here. Not bad at all. They bought what I could sell. I'll now have to plan out what to do next. I don't care. I'll wait for a couple days, craft some things, rest from the forests. I'll leave when I leave. He scratches his cheek and beard and finally sighs. But I do feel like I've eaten a troll shit. When I landed here, I had my pile of bundles and trinkets, and now I'm starting with nothing. Again, I should have listened to the warnings. This land belongs to no man. A decent stew. Yeah, we've got Nagy and stew in the game. Bye. Return to the main square. Let's see if we can get anything. Okay, so yeah, I don't think that affected the time asking and having to wait. Innkeeper. We don't need rations. I offer my services to the guards, securing the fields. Oh, wow, this is still only one. An edge of the local fields was destroyed by some beasts. You'll stay in the saddle, helping the guards and workers oversee the area while they're placing a new fence. This task will take you about half a day, and may get dangerous. Let's try. It turns out you don't have much to do. You get your job done quickly and with little difficulty. Alright. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Wretches for life. Okay, let's go this way. The path gets greener and meanders between treacherous precipices. You ride slowly, passing by birds and ibexes, but in the distance you spot circling harpies, and below you, a roaming mountain cat pursuing a mouflon. You take a sip from your water skin. The air here is a bit dry. Let's hope that the echo of hooves won't reach any larger beasts. The path leads you down again to a small, moist valley, impenetrable for a rider. The thicket is made of thorny shrubs, tall grasses, and the weak fallen boughs that nourish mosses and mushrooms. You examine the remnants of the path covered with greenish puddles. Without the roots and with a fresh layer of pebbles, it may still be restored. You look behind you. The road is clear, no ambushes so far. But if you hope to clear this place, it'd be better to do so soon. It'll only get denser with the passage of days. Let's see. I should be done in 2 hours or so. If I'm not afraid of getting tired, I'll get this done in half the time. I think we've got plenty of time. So that was... Now we look terrible. Our appearance is a 0 of 5. We just had a bath. People stay away from you. You smell of sweat and dirt. And that ate up some of our nourishment as well. But we still feel well. We're in good shape. We've got full pneuma, so that's not so bad. Relatable. I've been there. Same, bestie. Appearance 0 of 5. You are completely transparent. Your muscles, not used to such tiring work, grow tired quickly, so you take a few short breaks, avoiding the thorns and dirty water. When it comes to pushing aside the boughs, you breathe heavily, but you need only enough space to let your palfrey get through. Maybe the animals will start to roam this place again, beating the path. You reach a convenient mountain pass with crags smoothed out by centuries of rain and wind. The sun warms up both the vegetation and the beaten road, and the only beasts you spot are loud rooks, glancing at you from rocks and branches. Clearing the rock slide would take hours of work and a large group of people, while forcing Nagy to climb up and down could break his legs. We don't want to do that. I dismount and look around. You climb up the rocks, having plenty of spots to rest your hands. Most of them won't move even an inch. As you get closer to the small dead tree, you notice something odd among the stones. Pieces of old fabric, completely covered with mold. Most likely the remains of a tunic. He's a 0, but he has 7 food rations. He's a 0, but he's a pagan. Okay. So that's all we can do here. What time is it? Oh, we got plenty of time. Let's go this way. The road is beaten and free of litter. You notice paths between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after that you ride alongside vast fields of broad beans, almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. Then there are green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for a scythe or sickle. The locals keep the beasts at a distance, I guess. Nagy's hooves thump loudly on the beaten track. The green bushes, shrubs, and trees prove that the soil here is fertile, yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads must be busy at times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see the mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. The road east leads toward the hills, behind which there are unusually tall, dark trees. There's a dense forest in the north, from which you hear the croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. You're surrounded by 4 signposts, all of which seem to be made from the same type of wood, now covered in moss and fungi. Yet the pictures and letters that cover the nailed boards are nothing alike. I search the area. The thicket doesn't help. You notice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotting, spread close to the wooden stools at the side of the road. The nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason, taller than you are, makes it wide and waters the surrounding soil. A few steps away from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out of a shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You try to move it with a stick and gloved hand. After a minute or so, you confirm it's an abandoned sign, covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and trees. true. I try to find where did the old sign used to be attached. The southern post is the only one with holes left by nails. I approach the southern signpost. It's covered with green, blue, and white paint that portray simple squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. Each square has a large letter inside it, though you don't recognize them. Nevertheless, the pictures are not too old. There are no other words or marks. The plank was attached with a set of wooden wedges. No worries, Snedix. Have a safe lurk. We'll see you later. Travel safely, as Stu says. I take another look at the destroyed sign. It's covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and trees, now blending in with the mold. As far as you can tell, it used to be attached to the southern post. Western signpost. It has 2 planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with rusty steel. The lower sign is divided in 2 halves. The left edge is engraved with 4 simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears 2 engraved piles, one of them made of horizontal rectangles, and the other of inexact circles. You don't recognize the letters between those 2 piles. The upper plank is covered with 2 short words drawn in white paint, and right below them, an engraved vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside it. Huh. Eastern signpost. The long plank attached with rusted iron nails is almost empty. It bears no words, only a single picture painted with great care. It portrays a city-like gate, with a watchtower to its left and right, and a couple of small conifers growing beside and partially behind the towers. Northern signpost. It's attached with nails made of pointy carved bones and divided into 3 sections, covered with small engravings. The part on the left has 3 large squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. No other pictures or words. The one in the middle has only 1 square, but also a simple horizontal symbol of a fish and a short word beneath it which you don't recognize. The image on the right has 2 roofed squares, but also 2 other images which you recognize easily. A deer and a standing barrel. Did we already do Western? Yeah. Let's search the area some more. After another few minutes of disturbing the local fauna, you're sure there's nothing more here to be found. Okay. Six and a half hours left in the day. Sounds like Big Spice energy. She might still be lurking, I'm not sure. Yes. Oh, Spice, are we still watching a movie soon? Yeah, we were gonna watch The House That Jack Built, I believe. But we can do it whenever. I've already seen it, but I would definitely watch it again. What is... Let's try going west here, because there's that blocked pathway. Yeah, we can do it whenever. Pretty much any night would work. What did you think of that, Lane? I liked it too. I was surprised. I didn't really have any expectations, but I thought it was cool. It was certainly better than the first two. There was more story. Like, there was actually, like, a story to it. Yeah, I thought it was good. I'd probably watch that again, too, actually. Sorry, that was Carla again. Carla, please keep it down. We're trying to stream. That was just Carla yawning. You cross a clean, shallow, yet wide creek that runs south, then follow the uphill path squeezed between the hills and the lush forest. You spend a good couple of minutes passing a haunting meadow filled with dozens, maybe 100, cut-down trees, now overgrown by bushes and grass. You can't think of another time when you've seen a clearing of such a size. Oh, hey, it's that lady from Dune. Seems dangerous. If this goes on, the animals will join forces to strike down whoever is responsible for this. The locals are surely ambitious. I wonder how far they can push it. That's her. That was not Carla. I don't know what the fuck that was. Once the clearing ends and turns into a corridor of trees and hills, you stop your horse. There's a monster in the middle of the road, reaching out with its long arms to grab and devour fruits and leaves from tree crowns, chewing them without haste. It's standing on its hind legs and leaning on a thick tail, and there isn't much hair on its gray skin. You see its impressive muscles. The beast is 3 times the size of a human, and while each move it makes is slow, its long claws and the ease with which it breaks one of the branches makes you think that a single swing would be enough for it to pierce through your jacket, or, just as likely, that it would simply break your bones and send you into the air. Like most people, you know quite a bit about pebblers. Once they get used to an unfenced farm or a forest garden, getting rid of them can be a huge issue. There aren't many blades able to cut through their thick skin and bones, and a single mistake may put them into a furious charge, encouraging them to look for human dwellings, which they can tear down in revenge. The beast doesn't give you as much as a glance, but also doesn't move away. The best you can hope for is that it's going to walk away on its own. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe later. Facing in a fight would end up badly. I return to the crossroads. Nice, Snedix. Spice in my Discord screaming at me. So does that update our map? Okay, this path is currently blocked by a pebbler. How much time do we have left in the day? So that was only 15 minutes or so, or like 25 minutes. Maybe we should, well, let's see. Let's see what's this way. Oh, that's a cool looking gate. The corridor of leaves and gray rocks lead you to a gate, large enough for a wagon, held together by a wooden bar. The planks and rocks are covered with claw marks left by various monsters, but they weren't able to damage the wall as much as the passage of time and the piercing rains. A large man covered in shadows is observing you from the roofed tower. His voice is hoarse, distrustful. You lost? I don't know your mug. It's really good. It's really well done. It would be kind of cool if like you could like click around on things and just get like a little like a rustle of leaves or something, or like a creak of the rope or something. I don't know. That'd be like a ton of extra work, but that would be kind of cool. And it's totally fine without it. But that would just be kind of neat. Like you could like click right here and have like pebbles or dust like fall off the top. Yeah. Yeah. Friendly, playful, distanced. Let's be distanced. We haven't tried that yet. I'm Leto, the new Roadwarden. You're the gatekeeper, I assume? Well, yeah. Just on duty and armed, so you know. He lifts a loaded crossbow and sticks it out at the shadows. But I'm no enemy of you. He leaves the tower. He's wearing a black gambeson, so ragged it can't be fastened anymore. It tells a story of claws, thorns, and improvised repairs. The hole in the man's hemp pants reveals a scraped knee. It's hard to tell his age through his exhausted, sleepy eyes, a short, unkempt beard, and a bandage horizontally covering his ears and the spot that used to be his nose. There's clotted blood in his brown hair, and mud on his clothes and brown neck. Despite all this, he's of a huge shell with wide shoulders and thick legs. He straightens up. So a warden. You're new to the job. Are we describing me? There is no Dana. Only Zune. Pretty new. Or new here, but I know what I'm doing. We'll be modest. Pretty new. You chose a shit place, then. This gate, here, he kicks a brick with his heel. It's older than me. All there. He points behind him with his weapon. Wilds and beasts. My tribe built this place to keep them away from us, and us from them. He scratches the bandage on his cheek. Name's Quintus. Quintus? Quintus? We're going to say Quintus. From Old Pagos. You been there? Not yet. So I wonder if it's possible to have gone, like, the other way around the map. I don't know where Pagos is, but we've heard of it. So I wonder if there's some way, like, we could have gotten there before. And we'd have a different option here, maybe. So you don't know. It's west from here, behind the crossroads. But it's touched by sickness. We used to send one soul here every morning and escort them back before nightfall. But some days ago, no one came for me. I spent a night here, sneaking wolf shits almost got me. He picks up an almost empty water skin from behind a parapet and takes a sip. I went home by myself, only to learn about the sick. I've been here ever since. Is that where the scavenger was? Like where we were getting sick just by being there? What do you know about the plague? Not much. It kills. That's all there is to know. My tribe's smart, locking the gate. The right gave them strength. Shouldn't you look for a real shelter? He trembles, his eyes widen. Someone has got to stay at the gate. The villages in the east don't know about the illness. They may try crossing the woods, hit the closed gate while fleeing some wolves and stuff. He rubs his dirty neck. And I also can't leave the gate open. It's like a dam for monsters. If all I can do is choose the way I die, this is it, with my duty fulfilled. Yeah, I mean, you'd better be good at it, I guess. You could at least spend the nighttime in one of the villages. I'm surprised you survived this long about this gate. He adjusts his jacket by shaking his shoulders, making the buckles jingle. I'm not a beggar, and the villages in the north won't help me for more than a day or two. I've got no dragon bones, just this little ibex. He pats his crossbow. Old Pagos is by itself. We don't look for kind folks. He thinks for a moment. I'll just wait. I'll get back home once the plague's done, or before winter. You look at his disfigured face. He's either mad or dumb. He may be a bit too proud, but knows more about the locals than I do. He glances at Nagy. You understand, I'm sure. Wardens are souls of duty. I'm surprised you survived this long. Well, you can call it surviving. I call it potions. His chuckle makes him wince in pain. He puts a hand on his stomach and leans away. Beasts took me for easy prey, but the good monks from the mountains equipped our guards well. They're helping our ill, but used to brew all sorts of stuff. His hand moves to an earthenware bottle by his belt. About this gate. Here, see? He points at the long twisted rope that hangs from an iron hook. I could climb down there and remove the beam on the other side. You'll take down yours. You need at least 3 hours to get through the woods. He touches his stomach and takes a deep breath. But I need you to give me Odd first. Do we have 3 hours? Maybe. What do you want? I'm hungry. Bring me some rations, maybe. Dried meat, apples, nuts, maybe. He sizes you up. 6 meals. Then I'll help you with the gate. 6 meals, man. I only have 7. Sure, I'll bring you some food. Don't you have time to hunt? How about I pay you instead? I'll just say sure. Thanks. His smile may be disfigured by his wounds, but it is as warm as his voice. I'll take any help I can get. That's a lot of food to give away. I'm looking for Asterion. That's nice, but he hasn't been here in many days. You sure he's not dead? After you admit that he very much may be, he puts a hand on his waist. Well, better get ready to slit open every dragon belly in the wilds. Did he often travel through the woods? Sure, though on a different mount. He had a saurian, 4 ibexes long, 2 ibexes tall. It moves on 4 legs and jumps high and far. It's dark green, like rotting leaves. That one time, I was taking a piss in the shrubs, and Asterion made the beast run up the rock face, and it jumped on that. He points at the hill. And like they ran above the wall and landed on the other side. Just like that. He snaps his fingers. His voice and eyes gain new vigor. So this previous Roadwarden, he didn't ride a horse. He rode a huge lizard. And so that's what he's describing, jumping over the gate. You say the saurian was large and green. I mean, not everywhere. He points at his eyebrows. He has red scales here and on the tail and shoulders, I think. I don't know what to call it. You ask him for a bit about Asterion, but he has little to add. There used to be 6 of us, keepers. I saw him every now and then, but not that often. I know, it's really cool. It's like when, like at the start of Final Fantasy VII and you're Cloud and you see Sephiroth and you're just like, wow, you're so much stronger than I'll ever be. You're so much cooler. What can you tell me about the road behind the gate? Oh, not much. His chuckle turns into a cough. It leads through lowlands, mostly wood and some ponds. It's dark and lethal. He mentions tales of ghosts, dragons, fogs, and blood mages, but whenever you ask about any creature in particular, his response is vague and brief. The tribes abandoned this path. Ever since the war, the trade has been slow. People refused to patrol it. The plants are getting taller, but for at least a few more seasons, it's still a shortcut. It's good that you have a mount if aught chases you. Always stay close to the paths and ride as fast as you can. Oh, no question. If no one uses this road, why are you here? He scowls at you. Not no one. It's where people hunt for monsters, and every few days I have to open it for reasons. What's it like to live in Old Pagos? He opens his mouth, giving you a puzzled look, then lets out a weak chuckle. What am I to say? We've got rocks. He taps the wall and make houses, bowls, tools. We sell them too. We grow oats and broad beans. Ibexes give us wool and skins for monks. What do you call it? The one you write on. It moves on when you mention parchment. Yeah. It's a good place. Beautiful. Old. Hill. That's what Pagos means. Old Hill. When you bring up the monastery, his eyes get brighter. Good people. They came here on a mission, teaching us Right's book. My grandparents were pagans, but we now follow the river of truth. We keep to ourselves, but help others when they need us. Quite ominous. I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He scratches the bandage on his neck. I only know there's one band somewhere, but not around. I never saw them. Why are you afraid of Glaucia? He straightens up and gives you a long look. I don't know who you're talking about. He doesn't trust me enough to say anything about Glaucia. So... according to Pelt's innkeep, Glaucia and her band have broken the truce with the local villages. He's going to pay me 2 dragons if I get in touch with Thais, the mayor of Howler's Dell, and bring him her response. Thais won't answer my question until I learn more about the raids from the northern villages, White Marshes, Gale Rocks, and Creeks. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to save, and I'm going to give him the rations and see what happens. You lost 6 food rations. He gives you a radiant smile. He cups his large, scarred hands, waiting for you to give him the packages. Once you're done, he opens a sack of nuts and shoves them into his mouth. The bandage is the only thing that stops him from looking like a hamster. Okay. Wow, we have 5 hours left. I'd like you to open the gate, but seriously, you're tempting the forest. You need to seek shelter. Let's open the gate. I don't think you should enter the wilds, but, if you say so. Maybe another time? Let's go. Let's see. Let's just see, because I just saved anyway, so... He loves nuts. You lift the bar on your side of the gate and wait for Quintus. You hear him pressing his feet to the walls as he climbs down with the help of his rope, getting on the ground swiftly. He gives you a serious look from the open gate. Safe travels, Warden. I travel as far east as I can. Oh boy, okay, let's see. The forest gives way to rocks and green hills, but among the tall trees are numerous monkeys sitting in small groups, loud, yet shorter than half your size. They distort the green leaves with red, brown, white, and blue fur. As you approach their territory, their excitement grows. They climb up and down the trunks, sway on vines, jump between branches, or hang down, putting use to their long tails. They throw at you countless angry glances and grunts, but also cones, branches, and chestnuts. A piece of their fresh feces lands close to Nagy, but the pack's aim is rather miserable. What would a spell do? I'll scatter them with use of my wand. Cost 3? Wow. Yeah, Nagy got a nat 20 on that dodge. Dismount and yell back at them. I don't think getting off of our horse makes a lot of sense right now. Let's see what happens. Ride forward. You try to shield yourself with your cloak, but you enter an avalanche of missiles. One of the rocks painfully hits your arm, but your gambeson is in great shape and softens the blow. Soon after that, your shoulder blocks something from reaching your forehead. You rush Nagy, who is more than happy to follow your command. The monkeys follow you, swinging between the trees until they reach the edge of their territory, letting out triumphant shouts. Let's get out of here. Let me know if I missed any. This is unwise. Every minute or so, you get lost in dense woods. When possible, you stick to the remains of the beaten path, clearing the overgrowth thicket that blocks your way, but it would take many more travelers to sustain such a trail. The land around you may lack greens, but it's far from being empty. The fallen boughs and dead stumps are slowly devoured by ants and mushrooms, a web-like labyrinth of wooden walls, while the white termites, larger than your hands, continue their never-ending march. Their guards notice your presence, but simply form a warning line in front of the workers. The trees are taller than the temple in the city, with trunks resembling the legs of giants. The shadows they cast are like a carpet, and the few beams of light nourish the sparse bushes and ferns, the only plants that aren't choked by the rotting late summer leaves, shaped like toothed squares as large as your face. Now that I'm more familiar with this part of the forest, I may be able to find a smoother path. The road is bright and empty, surrounded by sparsely growing trees, gentle hills, and meadows. It leads you to a cairn, a pile of rocks ranging in size from your abdomen to your fist. There's also quite a few tiny pebbles. A narrow, hardly passable trail leads south, but likely won't survive another year without travelers. I take a closer look at the cairn. It's wider than two people standing side by side and taller than Nagy. The grass surrounds it tightly. It must be years old, but could just as well be older than any village in the north. You find rocks in many colors, including red, cream, white, black, and blue, and many dotted or mixed ones. While the cairn stays firmly beneath your touch, it would be easy to shatter it with a pickaxe or a single swipe of a dragon. You also notice pieces of old chicken bones pressed among the rocks. Unfortunately, no coins. Yeah, exactly. What would the spell do? I use my amulets to see if this place stores any pneuma. Let's see what happens with that. You unpack the wooden spheres, pleasantly smooth and light. The entire set fits in the palm of your hand. You place them in various spots in the cairn, and one on the nearby ground, just in case. All you can do now is wait. So you spend the few minutes making sure that no creature tries to sneak behind napping Nagy. When you gather your amulets, they're not much warmer than your skin. The spell filling the rocks is either weak or dwindling from age. Okay. Let's see what this narrow path says. You grab Nagy's lead and use your axe to get through the branches in the tall grass. After a few minutes, you reach a colorful meadow with orange, red, and white flowers as tall as a wheat field. Their late summer scent lures all sorts of insects, as well as tiny birds. The path ends at the edge of the glade. Exactly. A bird or an ape may get me from above if I move forward but keep an eye on the closest trees. A cat could leap at me from among the flowers. I keep looking around. I observe the ground. A snake may bite my leg. I don't trust this place. I turn back. This sounds dangerous. I'm going to turn back for now. Continuing. Your eyes wander between the walls of trees and shrubs on one side and the dirty pond on the other. The road itself is wide, covered with soggy logs that keep the ground from turning into mud. It's breaking under your mount's hooves, letting out what sounds like a sigh of relief. The water insufferably stinks of carrion and is covered with a blanket of green plants and white flowers that draw countless buzzing insects. Even a horse shouldn't drink from it. Nagy tries to get familiar with the unusual pavement and speeds up to jump over a fallen trunk blocking your path. Once he lands, it breaks one of the logs in halves. Soon after, you reach a massive black saurian resting on the ground, enjoying the light at the edge of the forest. It seems to be ignoring your presence. Once again, Nagy canters. I trust his instincts. Once the monster raises its head, you're already in the air. The beast pushes itself away from the ground with its forelimbs, trying to catch any chunk of flesh with its massive jaws, but you safely hit the ground and return to a trot slowly. I pay attention to the dead trees sticking out of the pond. They look similar to that saurian. Oh, this might not be good. Hello, Skanda. Welcome in. Nectarines, fuck. Welcome in, Skanda. Very nice to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, doing well. Enjoying, Roadwarden. The colors of leaves range from greens to purples and overwhelm you with shadows. The stems of the shrubs twisted in all directions, seeking the slightest scraps of sunlight. The trees are not too tall, but their trunks are as wide as buildings. The neglected road has been carved into the thicket, an inch at a time. a corridor of plants with a floor made of pebbles that give way to saplings and vines. From time to time, you pass by many turns, relics left by roaming dragons, unicorns, and trolls. Some of them are still used by beasts, boars, striped cats, or packs of goblins. The birds are sharing their songs as cheerful as ever. Non-friends. When necessary, I clear any thicket that's in Nagi's way. You reach a gap in the tunnel of plants. The meadow nourishes a lonely tree growing in the shadow of a rocky hill, surrounded by humble grasses. Near the tree roots, a wolf without fur is feasting on a human corpse, unaware of your presence. I kind of doubt the wolf is alone. Like, we only see one right now, but let's look around. You see no other creatures. The road in front of you is passable. The birds in the sky seem harmless. The beast raises its head. Its ears are shaking. Thank you, Lane. I look at the wolf. It's standing on all fours, crouching forward with blood dripping from its massive canines. Its head, and especially its jaw, are wide and long, like those of a horse. Its brown shell is muscular, with pronounced shoulder blades, the hair resembling your arms, and a tuft of black fur at the end of its foot-long tail. The beast turns its head toward you. Its eyes are shining charcoal. Thank you, Skanda. Perhaps. Also, just to remind of, like, sort of the shorthand of this game, I think its shell just means body. It's not like this, it's like a hermit wolf. And so it's like shell and soul. It's like the duality of someone, like body and soul. Let's look at the corpse. You don't see much from afar. It's in one piece, with blood-soaked clothing torn to pieces, indistinguishable from the loose flaps of skin. It has no sacks, bag, or equipment, but you spot a trail of blood leading into the trees. The creature must have dragged the shell from the deeper woods. The beast turns its head toward you. Yeah, Descartes was a fucking weirdo, dude. Fucking weirdo. Chill the fuck out, Renee. I don't know if attacking is a good idea. Look at the tree. The beast turns toward you, fixing its eye on your palfrey. Its long mouth is covered in blood. After maybe 2 breaths, it moves, speeding up, ready to strike. I don't know if trying to fight is a good idea here. This music is good, though. I don't think we've heard this yet. Let's try it. Nagi takes a few steps forward, too scared to stay at your side, but too smart to enter the forest all by itself. The wolf will jump on me. I'll duck beneath it and cut its stomach. I'm ready to step aside, avoiding the charge. Nagi is so smart, so regal. Let's try this. This sounds badass. You slide beneath the jumping creature as it's in the air, aiming at the place where your throat used to be. You keep your axe high, sinking it into the beast's skin, just barely. Your knee burrows in the grass. You hit the ground with your face. A cricket runs away from your mouth. I get up. Okay, so that didn't go so well. The beast walks around you with a lowered head, seeking an opportunity and getting used to the wound. You can't tell anything from its black eyes. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. Take that, ground. Sorry if I scared you, cricket. Move along. As you were. I clash with it, cutting it once it gets closer. I'll bait it into biting my armored forearm, then chop into its side. I don't know if we want to bait it into our forearm. I jump forward, swinging at it while avoiding its jaws. It may be my only chance to do so, but I throw my axe at it? That's not a good idea. I intimidate it with aggressive gestures. I attack the ground with my whole face and look amazing. Let's try this. It tries to sidestep and reach you with its bite, but you manage to stick the blade on its shoulder. It leaps away, letting out a whimper, but gets back on its paws. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. So these are the same. The ground blushes. So we're kind of in the same spot we just were, and I'm not getting the opportunity to use any magic here. It's asphalt. I guess we'll try this one. Oof, not great. It tears through your jacket as if it's nothing, but you've got enough time to sink your blade between its ribs. It lets you go and prepares itself for another attack, ignoring its blood. Oh no. I clash with it. That was not good. The beast jumps at you and pins you to the ground, but not before you cut into its side. You push away its throat with your forearm, saving your neck. While you spasmodically move the blade up and down, side to side, you can't catch a breath. Finally, you find a way to kick the weakened creature off you. Gasping for air, you get up, raise your blood-covered blade, and step away, avoiding another bite. The beast whimpers, leaving a bloody trail behind it, but it stays close, observing your legs. The beast breathes heavily, observing you with an open maw. Let's chuck our axe at it. The rotating blade lands between its ribs. With a painful whimper, the wolf falls on its stomach. It tries to crawl away, leaving behind a trail of blood. After it stops breathing, I pick up my axe. You take a couple of deep, slow breaths and stretch out your arms. Nagy is looking around, stepping in place. I look at the beast. The inch-long canines stick out of the saurian-like maw. Its eyes are like two pieces of shining charcoal. A male, too large to carry around, too skinny to cut away a nice piece of meat. Well, that sucks. It took its head. It takes a good minute before your simple axe manages to get through the backbone and flesh. You grab the head by the ear, avoiding its eyes, and let the creak of blood spill onto the grass. You rotate it around for a bit, shaking off as much flesh and scraps of brain as you can. You attach it to your saddle, hoping it won't besmear Nagy. At least it doesn't stench. Yet. You have a day or so before it starts to rot. I examine the corpse. Parts of its chest, face, neck, and arms were turned into a red mush. The wolf didn't break any bones, not even the ribs. The first worms start to crawl over its blood-soaked clothes. The human was a male, with brown skin and short black hair. His brown pants and green jacket were made of dyed leather. Inside the left ear, you spot a trinket made of an animal bone, which contrasts with the dark skin and lures your eye away from the blood. I remove the earring. With a few splashes of water, you wash the cold blood off your hands and the knife. We should probably burn the body. There's plenty of birds gathered at the edges of the meadow, waiting for you to walk away for the next meal. The larger beasts will come soon. You don't have much time, surely not enough to make a pyre. Okay. TBH. My ancestors would ask me to set human remains on fire. I'll spare a few minutes doing the bare minimum. I step away. Nagy rushes you with a snort. Should we burn this body? We don't have a lot of time. Let's try it. You grab the only boot worn by the corpse and drag it toward the middle of the trail, then spend some time surrounding it with dry sticks and grasses, then cover it with a single dry bough. The guts are likely to put out the fire as soon as your departure, but maybe you'll be lucky. You light up a simple torch and set fire in a couple of promising spots. As the skin and hair start to burn, Nagy gives you a weird look. You realize that it hasn't used any of this time to graze. I'll leave the torch here. I'll prepare another one before I go to sleep. Nagy rushes you with a snort. We ride away. It's getting late. The stream ahead can be crossed by a humble ford. made of hundreds of rocks that used to reach from the bottom to the surface, but is now partially demolished, either by time or a living creature. For a rider, crossing it won't be much of a problem, but most travelers would have to take off their pants and shoes. Moving an entire wagon would pose quite a challenge. The water is clean, and the banks are low, a good watering spot for Nagy. So we can't do this now. For now, we ignore it. Okay. 2.5 hours before dusk. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why it's like broken up like that. The path leads you uphill. The trees are getting sparser and smaller, and more sunlight touches the ground. The signs of human touch are rare. The lone, large boulder surely draws attention. You can't guess its age, but the paths around suggest it was passed plenty of times already. The remains of red paint are covering the eastern side. It's the same message as the one you saw at the southern crossroads. Don't enter. Danger ahead. You look behind you. Yeah, you're probably right. I thank my ancestors for keeping my senses sharp. I pat Nagy. He did well. I sigh with relief. Who cares about signs? I made it. I deserve rest and a good bed after that. Yeah, I don't know if we can even afford it. They really are, aren't they? We pat Nagy. Your palfrey snorts and tosses his head, pinning its scared ears back. You'd like to tell it that you're proud and grateful, but even if it could understand you, it wouldn't listen. So, I mean, I guess we have to continue. As long as you ride uphill, the forest is sparse. Soon after, the tree roots tear the path apart. The road is coated with branches, acorns, leaves, and chestnuts, and some seedlings have already broken through the pitted surface of the road. If left undisturbed for another year or two, the forest will reclaim this place. Finally, you ride upward again. The plants are getting smaller, the road more rocky. I sigh with relief. Hey, this might be somewhere to rest. While the hills are full of life, you don't hear anything coming from the watchtower. Its upper level lacks a wooden platform from which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on the opponents below. So this place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Such structures can be found in especially untamed parts of the Dragonwoods, used occasionally by travelers or patrolling squads. Since the end of the war, the cities can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in good shape. You see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or a latrine. The birds are preening their feathers on top of the tower, while the branches of nearby trees are swaying in the fierce cold wind. I look for the oh, that's right. So if we look at our map here, archive. I guess, okay, so the fallen tree, a blocked section of the road, impassable for carts and wagons. So this is where that broken down wagon was. And we saw some information about it. I looked for the tracks I saw near the fallen tree. The tracks lead here, through the narrow gate, then west. The hard heels are especially noticeable. I take a look at the signpost. The planks and the letters are damaged by decades of rains, frosts, borers, and claws. You scratch off some of the moss. There are 3 planks on the signpost, each one pointing in a different direction. The letters don't tell you anything. The plank on the top points both south and north, but there are no pictures that would tell you anything more than that. The one beneath it points east, and there's a word written in blue paint. The arrow here looks more like a magic wand. The bottom plank has a picture of a tall tower, surrounded by little houses, and points west. The wood is covered in red paint. suggesting danger. Maybe there's something interesting among the spruce trees. It must be a human-made copse. Yeah, copse. Only the smallest of the spruces are out of order, born of wild seeds. The largest trees are as tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help those who are meant to observe their surroundings. There are also some stumps, most of which used to belong to young saplings. These trees were likely meant to be sold to carpenters and coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. In the copse, you find wild fennel and lettuce thriving in shadows. There are pears and berries growing among nearby trees and shrubs. Let's look at the campfire spot. You see a shattered bowl, the remains of a meal from many years ago. However, the firewood and the lonely stool are not too old. You don't doubt that the watchtower seems less threatening to wayfarers than the wilderness around it, even when it's locked. Walk to the gate. Setting up a firm wall in a place like this is a bit unusual. It goes on for no more than 40 feet until it connects with a natural rock face. Such a structure could be found near the city, acting as a checkpoint at which to stop any travelers to search through their belongings or request a fee. But in the middle of nowhere, deer and other animals used to running here with no hindrance must have been more than annoyed. A risky investment. You touch the gate made of a high-quality wood, previously soaked in oil, now mostly wiped off. It was left open, and you don't see any wooden bar that would be used to lock it. You try to move the cold planks, buried in dried-out mud, but with no luck. It would require some wearying digging. Approach the entrance. You take a look at Nagy. If necessary, he could bow his head and walk inside. This place should be a decent shelter for both of you. The planks are strong, heavy, well protected from rain and wind, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes at your push, it won't open. Defensive structures usually have a locking bar on the inner side, but you also see a large keyhole. You walk around the tower, making sure there are no open windows or other entrances. It doesn't look like you can get in without destroying the door, and in doing so is going to make a potential entryway for wild creatures. We don't have a key. We have a key, but it's not for this. Vitality required 2. Vitality 1 of 4, you're barely standing. What if I ate something? Would that improve? No, that just improves our nourishment, not our vitality. And our nourishment is okay. Look through the keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek. There's nothing in the hole, but the room is dark with tiny bits of light passing through the crevices of the windows. You see the shapes of wooden furniture, like tables, casks, and a ladder, but the only movement you notice belongs to the dust dancing in the sunbeams. Can we seek shelter? It's too dangerous to stay here. You can't sleep here, but there's still time to travel to a safer spot. You can find the closest shelter at Tullia's camp, but the creatures of the night are surely going to attack you. Great, okay. Tullia's camp is down here. We could risk it by pressing onward. I don't know if that would be a great idea. Can we get through here? Crossing it slows you down. So we can go through here. Huh, I don't think I realized that before. Let's try that, I think. Okay, we made it. Tullia welcomes you with a smile. Is everything all right? The soldiers are walking in and out of the camp, carrying large logs to prepare a supply for another pyre. I have more questions. Shoot. Did you ever enter the road leading through the heart of the woods? Do you have an idea about what happened to the ruined village in the west? Have you ever encountered the bandits from the north? Let's ask about the road. Oh, we were advised not to. Have you seen this huge gate in the west, made of rocks, very tall? We met a guard there named Quentin, maybe? A kind soul, but a bit slow. He almost begged us not to enter the woods, so we took the longer route. That's where all the settlements are anyway. Her companion chips in. We didn't miss much. I see. What else do you need? Do you have an idea about what happened to the ruined village in the west? Nah, there were goblins around the walls, so we never went there. But I was told that the wrath of the herds crushed it, maybe 10 years ago? Her companion agrees with a nod. If there were any survivors, they are surely gone by now. Maybe they moved to other settlements, or left the peninsula, or they got caught by bandits. Have you ever encountered the bandits from the north? She lets out a sad sigh. So there are other bandits in the woods after all. Her companion hits his forehead with his palm. This peninsula really hates us. We can't make a dent in its shell. Tulia puts a hand on his shoulder, then looks back at you. Thanks for telling us, Roadwarden. If I survive long enough to report to someone, I'll be sure to mention it. Maybe I should learn more about them first? Sure, good luck with that. The man with the bird chuckles. Thanks. Approach the barrel with water. The barrel was recently refilled by the soldiers. You fish out the few drifting insects. The oak ash soap and the teeth set you own can help you get cleaner. Yeah, let's do that. You draw water with your hands and splash your skin. Of course, Studini. Very happy to have you here, man. I hope that you have a lovely night. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you are enjoying the game so far. Hope to see one of your streams again soon as well. Talk to you soon, dude. And I haven't gotten to listen to your newest project yet, but I will. And let me know if there's a link I can add to that, Stu. For the new one. And yeah, I echo Retro's sentiment. I hope you feel better soon, man. Get some good rest. Let's sleep. Sleeping on the ground. We're not in great shape, actually. We're not in great shape at all. You're on the verge of death, and it affects your appearance. The sounds of rain wake you up briefly. Before you return to sleep, you think about your plans. Riding in the mud is difficult. Nagy will have a rough time, especially on the unpaved grounds. It may be a good day to take a break at an inn. I think that's probably true. Please do, Stu. I'd love that. Thank you. Yeah, take care of yourself, man. It's a calm, warm night. As your first sleep ends, you stretch out and prepare yourself for an active hour or two. It's time to take care of some things that must be done at least once every few days, though they are a bit more challenging than your nightly routine. I gather my amulets and focus on my breath, practicing how the pneuma flows through my shell. Yeah, we need to go rest. Your back begs you to stand up. A green field mouse is foraging in the grass, unaware that you've noticed it. You prepare Nagy for the journey ahead. I'll speak with Tulia again. Oh, no? Okay, I guess not. We'll clean up. Okay. Let's travel. Let's go to Pell to the north. I think that'd probably be a good way to go. The guard ignores your arrival. As you ride in, the other hunters are by the well, arguing with each other. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. Hi, Flower. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. So, yeah, we need to rest. Badly. I get off my horse and enter the inn. I approach the guards. The weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. The innkeeper is sitting at the stove, cleaning a set of metal tools and ladles. So, you again. Need anything? Any leftovers? This'll be a bit of a gamble. Not today. No, maybe tomorrow. MDB is here and has resubscribed for 21 months. Welcome in, MDB. Thank you for the resub. It's very nice to have you here. 21 months. That's amazing. That's a long time. Not as long as 42 years, but it's a pretty long time. Thank you, MDB. It's great to see you. I hope your day's going all right. Hope you're having a relaxing weekend so far. We took a dice roll here to get some free food, and he didn't have anything. Follow age 1 year, 11 months, 28 days, 11 hours. That's wild. One year, 10 months, 26 days, 6 hours. Oh, I'm glad you're done with those responsibilities, and I hope you get to relax a little bit. Yeah, I'm definitely, today was another day. Rachel's here. Hello, Rachel. Today was another day that I woke up feeling a little bit better than the day before, so that's definitely something. Thank you for saying so, Flower. And Rachel is here. 1 year, 9 months, 24 days, 2 hours. Hugs to you, MDB. There's always going to be room for you, Rachel, on any bandwagon that I'm on. Can I sell anything for him? Head of the beast. You take the innkeep outside to show him the head of a beast. Ah, a furless wolf. Such an ugly creature. He examines its condition and gestures for you to follow him back to the building. It's not easy to say how much work it will take for me to make it look fine, and let's be honest, it's never going to look that good. Monster trophies are worth more when they don't make you lose your appetite. He returns behind the counter. So what do you say? 4 coins? That's all? Am I saying that's all, like I might be able to get more? Or am I saying that's all? Let's try it. Okay, so that's... Got 3 coins. Yeah, let's sell it. Oh, yeah, let's eat something. Let's talk really quickly. Oh, okay. Inventory. Oh, I only have 1. Let's eat that. We look like shit, and we feel awful. Yeah, BTG rated in. Hey, Cass, welcome in. No worries. Feel free to lurk or chat as much as you like. It's nice to see you. Thank you for saying hi. Hope you're having a good weekend as well. No worries, BTG. There's a bit of a learning curve. Twitch is kind of weird, but it'll all make sense. And then they'll change it. We should, can I buy anything else? I can't buy any more today. Let's go outside and see the armor. Gambus and repairs for... yeah, we'll do that for sure. What's... Oh, is it too late now to rest? I don't understand that. Huh. I don't quite get what just happened, I guess. Okay. Okay, so I can't get any cleaner. I really need to rest, but I don't have that option anymore, and I'm just wondering if that's because too much, I let too much time go by. I guess we'll just continue. The music is pretty great, and the ambient sounds as we traverse nighttime and stuff is pretty cool. Let's go here again and see if we can explore any more. Pixel Troubadour would be a great Twitch handle. I guess we could set up the fish tank. I don't think... Yeah, we can't get any cleaner. Okay. Let's look around here. The paths here are almost reclaimed by grasses. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings. I can't do that. Okay. Approach the nearby tree. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead quinces have maggots crawling under their skins. Oh, we read this already. Okay. Look into the well. Go somewhere else. Northwest part of the village. Okay, we read this already. Okay. Let's move on. No worries, Becky. Have a good lurk. Right on. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's see what's down here. The shapes of mountains are cutting through the horizon. The water gets gradually less muddy. The cleaner it gets, the more animals you see. A family of deer blocks the road, resting and enjoying the cold water, which would be deadly for a human stomach. You consider riding around them through the sparse meadow, but your presence also causes them disquiet. Without much haste, they regroup and run east, into the leafy forest. I'll travel forward. The aim for the game, so really all we know is that we are a Roadwarden, and we are sort of in charge of clearing paths, helping people, learning more about this place that we don't know a lot about, sort of working with people to settle disputes, that kind of stuff. But really, I think like the ultimate kind of goal is going to be to like unlock the whole map and just learn as much as we can and not die in the process. Oh, cheers, BTG. Thank you for saying so. And yeah, the sound effects are great. Oh, this is an area we haven't been to yet, but we've heard about. You've reached Hag Hills, the wall of stones that has blocked the city's grasp. The one well-established route through them leads through the valley where you found Tullia's camp. There are no maps of the highlands, nor local tribes, only stories. The beaten path leads you by the garden beds of herbs and vegetables to an old, yet not abandoned mine, hidden behind a massive door made of steel. I look around. There's no hitching rail for a mount. A bearded, skinny elder sits still on a bench, observing you like a sculpture, with his legs crossed and fingers interlocked on his abdomen. So we could again be friendly, playful, distanced, intimidating, or vulnerable. And what we just learned is we can like click on them and see what we would say. So, friendly. Check your lease, man. You're living in Hag Hills. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep it away from your garden. That's a nice thing to say. Playful. I look around. I think something has swallowed your wall, old man. Better move your veggies inside. That's not funny. Get off my horse respectfully. Without a word, I observe him from the saddle silently. I get off my horse, and with a lowered head, I approach him. I'm seeking your guidance, old man. Pretty good decor. Trick-or-treating's done by like 7:15. Let's be friendly. I find myself picking the friendly option a lot. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep him away from your garden. Only worms too stupid to understand me would eat what's mine. You dismount and mention that your palfrey is no worm, but the man reprimands you with a thick accent. Let me see you whilst you speak. I cannot hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. He doesn't yell, but his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with beard and hair still carrying glimpses of fair blonde. He's tanned like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing, as if they belong to an infant. You're not from here, and I will not welcome a stranger in this refuge. Say what you're looking for, and be gone. The stories of my ancestors may reveal to me who this man is. You ponder about his unusual vigor and the unguarded garden. He may be a spiritual leader of a pagan community, most likely a spellcaster. So I wonder if this option was available to us because we chose that we used to be pagan, or were. That's like our background we selected. Druids try to protect others from nature's wrath by teaching them to respect the laws of balance and restraint. Different tribes develop their own traditions, but you know that in this province, such priests prefer to be addressed as forest speakers. I explain who I am. What do you call him? Oh shit. Forest speaker, let's just try that. He lowers his head and closes his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder is tall, with long hair and a beard that was let loose a long time ago. His sandals are covered in dust, and you spot dirt on his clothes and skin. The woolen tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. Now all the blues and greens have faded, and the fabric is held together by patches and stitches. He unfolds his hands and puts them on his lap, palms up. You know our customs, at least some of them. Those who know how to bow to the trees will never suffer from wild creatures. Cheers, Rachel. I hope you are having a nice night, and thank you for saying that. That means a lot to me. I wait for him to look at me. The man stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes its eyes, mane, stomach, and rear. Nagy ignores this examination. And that's right, our horse's name is Nagy. My nose was right then. Asterion is dead, as are his plans. Such is the fate of all dreamers. He turns toward you with a grim look. Are you going to look for him? You nod. Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, he's no point in putting yourself in danger. What do you expect to find? It's a job. There's a reward for finding him. He may need my help. I need to know what kind of danger he encountered. If he's dead, I want people to know about it. If someone tried to make him disappear, they deserve to face justice. There's no reason why you need to know that. Oh, I love that little piano in the background there. Let's do the justice one. His chuckle is close to being a cough. This realm is owned by beasts. Doom falls upon any soul that pokes the clouds with a stick. His eyes are amused. If someone had hurt him, they would have given you dozens of reasons why it was crucial for their survival. He pauses for a moment. Good luck looking for justice, traveler. When an egg is cracked by an ant, there's no right or wrong side. With lively steps, he heads towards the spring. He washes his hands, once again forcing you to wait. Exactly, Flower. Exactly. Old people need time to gather their thoughts. He tries to dictate the pace of the conversation to put me in my place. No, we'll continue to be patient. His voice is warm. So, how can I help you? Have you met Asterion? He wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was not one to stand and let events play out themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance, and Asterion was serving them as a messenger. He bends down and tears away a small, flowerless plant. He wanted to settle down among these roads, maybe to live freely. He had great plans and wanted to make this realm flourish, to rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. I told him that the forest needs no more people, and that this realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him, and now he is no more. He pauses, and you can hear his heavy breathing as if he's getting tired. He straightens up, and that's that, traveler. If you want to look for his shell, travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. BTG, cheers. Thank you for the raid. I hope that you have a lovely night. We will see you another time. Thanks again for coming through. And Hep is here. Hello, Hep. I hope you find your destiny. Good to see you, dude. Enjoy. Thanks for the lurk. I'll do that. He's observing your lips. Do you need anything else? What can you tell me about this place? Your eyes see what there's to know. People found copper in a cave. It's been abandoned for a long time now, so we turned it into a shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. We're servants, my wife and I, and this place is nothing more than a servant's house. Thank you, Flower. Thank you for the shoutouts. Thank you, Ling. Thank you, Skanda. Enjoy the lurk. I really like that delay on that guitar. How can you survive in this place being all by yourself? His raised voice makes him sound like a preacher. One day, me and my wife, we will be but defenseless old people, but we've studied pneuma and leaves for many decades. I heal wounds and illnesses of humans and animals alike, and the beasts listen to our whispers. The holy seed lets our shells wait for death in strength. I want to be like this guy. What can you tell me about the peninsula? I've lived here for almost a century. Traveled both by the paths and through the wilderness. His voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard. But I will not be your guide or a teacher. And if there's anything I can wish for, 'tis that you will stay away from the woods. The creatures get angrier the more we take from them. They do not listen to our warnings. And one day, they'll bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There will be not a soul to spare a tear after us. His eyes are as harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on a day of ceremonial fasting. Do not poke the hornet's nest. Do not ride east, and never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. We literally were there yesterday. That road was meant to save time, but brings only death. Be a servant, not an overseer. And an overseer? Do not try to bend this place to your will. He points at you and wags his finger after every word. Your will, anyone's will, is the key to danger, not salvation. Rachel, sleep well, dear friend. I know you've been streaming a lot. Hope you're sleeping okay and getting some rest. See you very soon. Get some good sleep. I thank him. These instructions are in line with my own thoughts. He's observing your lips. Do you need anything else? I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He strokes his beard, but then grasps it nervously. There are souls who steal from White Marshes, a village in the north. They would not dare to show up here. But those brigands are brutes, simpletons, or their leader, Glaucia, listens only to force and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. She will not be afraid of some lost Roadwarden. He lets go of his beard and lowers his head. She's drifted so far away from her old self. A kind, bright girl from Gale Rocks, loved by her parents. But now, do not cross her, or she'll find you. Right on, Hep. Good job. Like I said before, it's good to see you, dude. Yeah, Rachel, I think, Sal and I were really tired last night. Sal had her COVID booster and her flu shot in one go the night before, so yesterday was spent just keeping her alive. And we were both really tired last night. It was something like 9:30 or something for us, and you had been on for like 8 hours by then or something. I don't know. It was really late it was getting late for us given how tired we were, and I knew you were still on, so it was very late for you. Can you tell me about anything about the altar near the crossroads in the north? He smiles. 'Tis the tree that you should pay attention to, the true gift from the forest. It answers to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both shell and soul and make anyone who eats them stronger than they ever were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, and whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from all of us, it prepares one soul for the future like nothing else could. So the altar's not important, the tree is. Cheers, Hep. Sounds good, Stu. Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for being such a great mod. The one and only Retro Stu. And, yeah, man, we'll talk soon. Hope you continue to feel better. Of course, dude, of course. I want to know what happened to the village in the east. And I'm not willing to tell you that. He raises his chin and his beard shakes. That shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of the living. See you, Stu. Thanks again, man. So he's not willing to speak with us about that. What can you tell me about the druids? He strokes his beard gently. I will not share our paths with strangers. We are of and for the people of Howler's Dell, and for the lands around it. It seems like the path at the heart of the woods is quite dangerous. It has a long and dark past, and already caught many souls of its builders. 'Tis paved with blood, and last 10 years have revealed it was all for nothing. Since the days of, he glances at you, once again surprising you with how shiny and lively the blueness of his eyes is. Of grand discord. The tribes of this land are locking themselves in their fields and houses, too afraid to leave them behind, too untrusting to meet the souls unguarded. 'Tis not the first road to be claimed back by the wilderness, and will not be the last. Only the finest. You ask if he has any tips for you on how to survive such a trip, and he tells you it would be wiser to just avoid it. He then reaches to his pocket, grabs a leaf, puts it in his mouth, chewing gently. Death may take many paths to us, stranger, but cats are the one enemy that's both as dangerous in its stealth as in combat. No human can fight it alone. If you see one of them and it's not too late, do not provoke it. Make it wary but not scared. Look big, talk a lot. Seek its action in its eyes. I need a place to rest. Why would I allow a stranger to do such a thing? Okay. I'm looking for a job. He looks at the garden beds. We have everything we need. Well, alright, it was nice to meet you then, I guess. I'm gonna continue on, absolutely exhausted. The Elder's Cave, an old mine turned into a hamlet, protected by a metal door. Let's go to this tree again, now that we know a little bit more about it. You reach the crossroads. The tree is perfectly still and hasn't changed a bit since the first time you saw it. The smell of the water hasn't changed a bit, but the cold breeze brings refreshing air from the meadows. Take a closer look at the roots. You kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist and soft, and warmer than you'd expect. That's right, this is the tree that reminded me of the movie The Fountain. I do something with it. Oh, we tried to kiss it before. Let's try to kiss it again. That's right, like I said. The root is soft and doesn't resist your touch. Its smell is not far off from the stench of water from which it sticks out. You feel its warmth, or maybe it's just a trick of your imagination. After a couple of moments, your lips start to itch. That's a fantastic movie. You heard me. Do something else. I don't want to attack this tree. It just does not seem like a wise thing to do. I could take or leave Hugh Jackman most of the time, but Rachel Weisz is usually in pretty outstanding stuff. Sing to it. Let's try that. Oh, we can't. Any other ideas? I think I tried pray. Yeah. Let's go back to Howler's Dell, I suppose. You ride through the open gate, then carefully dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. Your clothes, torn and worn, make you look like a vagabond. I head to the stables. You spend a few minutes with Nagy, but before you reach the square, someone clears their throat. You turn toward a man in his 50s with large hands, an elegant beard, and no hair. The stable master. He both introduces himself and answers an unspoken question. You frown, then realize that you indeed saw him before and your palfrey was nicely taken care of during your first visit to the village. Or rather, I'm one when it's necessary. But I'd rather grind flour, he says with annoyance. You do not think your beast waters itself, brings itself fodder from a storehouse, and cleans its own shit, no? Takes time in hay, if 'tis. He points at your companion. It's not going to work for it. You better have a pouch at hand. You look behind you. The stables are not much more than an open shed with piles of planks, 2 donkeys, and a bunch of napping chickens. Would a dragon bone be enough? He nods. For one day, that's fair. He looks around, rubbing his hands together. Here you go. I'll pay him. He nods with gratitude and throws the bone into a leaky bucket hanging from a nail, then grabs a wooden pitchfork. I let him work in peace. You're wandering through the village. A woman in a brown robe observes you from a distance and walks away when you make eye contact. A short-tempered hunter tries to explain to his parents that there are no bears where he's going. Touching the are you talking about the tree branch? Because we did, and it just said it's surprisingly warm. The tailor only sells expensive stuff we definitely can't afford. Let's go to the main square. Let's go talk to Pyros. Nothing. Okay. The trader. The bone earring. I'll ask Eric's to pack you a meal for it. I have a feeling that earring might be worth more than just one meal. And we've got food. And that's why I was saying it reminded me of the fountain with the tree that like has hair that reacts. What a good film. What do you have for sale? I can't afford any of this. Innkeeper. Talk to her anymore. Let's talk to the tailor. No, I can't afford that. Let's wait until evening and sleep. You lose your senses right after you lie down. In the middle of the warm, stuffy night, you are entangled by your dreams. Too tired to fully wake up. Too accustomed to having a mid-sleep break to just get back to sleep. You are between the realms, surrounded by visions so vivid you are tempted to reach out and touch them and stretch them out. They are your playground. So once again I realize I'm in power. I do my best to enjoy myself. I fly, defeat dragons, eat and drink whatever I want. I wouldn't dare to disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. No matter how much I try, my nightmares interfere with even the most joyful dreams. I wake up sweating, gasping for air. Why would you choose that? I try to break free of this state, thinking of all the things I was meant to do tonight. Let's get lucid, do whatever we want. Fair enough. Role-playing. You spend the night in peace, in a clean bed, with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning, you find a stool placed by your bed with fresh rye bread, a sausage, a bowl of berries, and a mug of malty beer. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy, who's covered in mud and speaks unusually loud, and enthusiastically mentions that Nagy has already been brushed and watered. You nod, but he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl with either stew or gruel. Thais is nowhere to be seen. Pyros is leaning against a wall with arms crossed, though he nods toward you when you reach the square. Oh, okay. Too tired. Oh, he's still... How do I fill my vitality, aside from sleeping? Sleeping and resting. Oh, let's rest. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Rest in the village. No flour. I don't think so. Okay, so at least we've got... Okay, it's been a relaxing day, but free of boredom. You spend almost an hour taking care of your mount, but at least it's now clean and cheerful. You patch holes in your bundles in the soothing sounds of a late summer drizzle. For most of the time, the locals were keeping their distance, focused on their own busy days, though you had an opportunity to chit-chat a bit with the elders, who kept an eye on the idle kids. It's getting darker, but not much colder. More than a dozen of locals are gathered at or by the tables, playing dice or other games, drinking, eating supper, or simply chatting. The innkeeper is standing behind his counter, filling mugs with beer or buttermilk, while his daughter is cleaning the tables with a wet cloth and carrying around a bucket of stream water. Thais is nowhere to be seen. The trader is packing his goods, though with no rush. He's talking with a man who's sewing sacks on a nearby stool. Pyros is sitting on a stool, using his knife to turn a log of wood into a new cup. So it still says vitality 2 of 4, you should take a break. Appearance. Start the ritual. What does that mean? Start the ritual, skip the ritual. Oh, I see, I think. I could basically like spend a bit of Numa to get a bit of, so it's like a trade-off. Okay. That's good to know. As you prepare your belongings, you realize that the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the night leave their lairs. For now, it won't be that bad, but I better make sure not to waste too many hours. I didn't even realize there was like a seasonal change. The moon is bright, and so is the night. You recognize shapes of owls and bats, and spot movements on the ground. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purpose, and they're older than any of the doctrines known in the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes, as if they're a part of a deeper conviction. Something spread through the milk of mothers and wet nurses, or through the whispers of the trees and winds. The moon is a powerful spirit who watches and guides humankind when we have no sun to protect us. That's why we call what's in its center the eye. It's a large rock that one day will fall from the sky and crush everything that's alive, starting a new age of darkness. For some reason, it controls the weather. It gathers weak clouds like a shepherd and shapes the tides. It's a home of strange animals. They are different, but as bright as humans, and sometimes visit the land. The moon is up there, and we are here now. Who cares what it hides? I like the moon and the eye. I like how we kind of like pick our beliefs as well. The days are getting shorter. It's warm here, but the mufflin skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple times during the night. The smell of the cooked stew fills your hunger. Okay, so this is the same dialogue as before. Just got some boops from Carla, just so everybody knows. Carla says hi. We should probably try to make some money. Join a group of guards and workers that are meant to remove branches and other obstacles. Let's try this. Turns out you don't have much to do. You get your job done quickly and with little difficulty. So now our appearance is terrible. Where's a good place to clean up? Safe water source? No. Let's try going here. You pass the area where you and the scavenger encounter dragonlings, but the only thing left of them is a few puddles of blood. Nothing goes to waste in the wilderness. Wash myself in the river. We'll clean up. The kelp forest reaches to the water's surface, surrounded by little creatures and the smell of river plants. You crouch by the bank and draw handfuls of water. So we can't get any cleaner. You need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. We got 2 fish. May take quite a bit of time, but with the wooden bone and tools you found in some of the buildings, you speed up your endeavor. Let's try it. And there goes our appearance. You take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels, while Nagy grazes gladly in the meadow. After looking at the pile of dirt, you let out a sigh. You start with the larger rocks, removing the ground around them and pushing them into a single pile. Then you do the same on the other side. The simple shovel and pitchfork help you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes smoothly. You're done before you get too tired. From now on, passing through this place will take you less time. Can we clean up again? Yeah. Okay. So, wait. Oh, maybe I just haven't found the path through here. Maybe there's a path through here. I wonder how much of this will become, like, illuminated for us. Let's how much time is left in the day? Let's see what's north of here. Some parts of the road lead uphill, some downhill. The forests are lush, but not too dark. The few foraging deer and boars keep their distance, and the birds are disinterested in your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. Once you get farther north, the colorful meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads through a valley. There's gentle smoke coming from one of the mountains in the west. It doesn't look like a place on fire. Maybe there's a settlement in the mountains. The road leads to a gentle creek filled with a buzzing of flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters among the tall meadows, tree branches, or rocky slopes. Seeing the shapeless dark vortex of wings, Nagy snorts. You're currently on the southern bank. I look for a different route. I ride forward with a blazing torch. It will take some time, but I'll wrap myself up with every piece of clothing I own. I don't want to say I don't care. Let's try with the torch. You move away from the creek, get on your feet and unpack the tinderbox, the wooden stave, and the set of rags, as well as the oil. After you assemble a torch, you sit down on the ground, preparing the flint and the linen charcloth. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire strikers made of thick steel, but all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not ideal, but it's good enough for a couple sparks. Holding the fire, you get back in the saddle. You swing your weapon left and right. There isn't as much smoke as you expected. Let's put it to the test. Oh. Once you get closer to the ford, countless creatures beset you, filling your eyes, mouth, and nose, hitting you like a squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, instantly forgetting about your preparations, trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects are sticking with you for much longer than the smoke. It takes a few minutes for you to escape. The red marks on your skin start to burn. You get down to put out your torch by rubbing it against the beaten track. Nagy swishes his tail angrily as he gives you a reproachful look, pinning his ears to the back of his head. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Well, that didn't help much. Okay, so I guess I can't continue that way. Wait. Okay. For most of the time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. The trees on your left get sparser, while the few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tapping, marked with knife cuts tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels as if they were simply abandoned, maybe last spring, maybe before that. A few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds managed to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten path avoids the wetlands as much as it can. The screeches and hisses mix with the buzzing of insects, and as you reach a small pond, there are signs of blood on its bank. The air is moist and heavy, and has a hint of rotting meat to it. It may be still early, but it's better to avoid the bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. Okay. Bogs are darker than forests. The local creatures start their hunt even an hour earlier. The trees and bushes are sparse here, growing from the barren grassland. Some of them bear late summer fruits. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signpost and the abandoned cart. They're skinny, but healthy, and are standing upright. They're wearing humble, dim gambesons on top of their hemp tunics and pants, all of them worn, in some cases undyed, and others dark green or brown. 4 of these individuals wear cloaks, carry lit lanterns, and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts, you spot small talismans, fangs, bones, wooden beads, and leather straps. There's also the 5th figure, standing a bit in the back, with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they are hooded, and in such a manner that you doubt they can see anything other than its boots. Their clothes are shabby, torn, but your eyes mostly run to their club, a bough as long as its owner is tall and as thick as a leg, resting with one end on the ground. You get closer, and the person raises the weapon with just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop. They do so right away, freezing in place. I stay in the saddle just in case. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Bogs aren't safe for us, but even less a stranger. 'Tis evenfall and far from roofs. Better keep moving. You'll find an inn soon. Better keep moving. You try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered and with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who earned their share of food with many skirmishes. He doesn't reach for his weapon and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. She kneels by an empty box and looks inside it. The man observes you with little curiosity, holding his lantern high in the air. Friendly? I nod at their cart. Need any help? Playful? Distanced? Let's ask if they need help. He makes an annoyed grimace. Not really. Its timber's sickening, moldy, and wet. We're checking on the place, but seems it's a bad year for it. He looks at his companions, who simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart. All of them but the one with the bow, who doesn't move an inch. I cannot say I have time to loaf. You've questions to ask, but be quick. Don't put us to sleep. Yeah, the insect noises are very authentic sounding. Is this your cart? In a way, my neighbor's. You then hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into this topic. We used to carry wooden plants from here to the village, but one time there was not a thing to carry, and 'twas left for another day. It's trash now. I saw an abandoned wagon on the opposite side of the peninsula. I thought it may be connected. After your short tale, the man moves his sealed lips left and right. Finally, the same woman interrupts. Must be the robbers, the man nods. True, what she said. Okay. Are you from around here? Very much so. And you new to these roads? You know our home? No clue. White Marshes. It's there. He looks at the crossroad leading east. An old place. Plenty of stories there, but they rarely reach the ears of strangers, especially these days. I'm looking for a place to trade. How can I reach White Marshes? Tell me about your village. How can I reach White Marshes? It's not hard. You have bones or food with you. Ride down the road, turn left, and take a gift to Thyrsis, the warden of our peat fields. He'll open the creepers for you. Seeing your look, he carries on. They're on the right path, one that'll take you to the village. Anything dangerous between here and there? Water hides Saurians. Don't let your horse drink. Just stay on the road all the time, one of the women chips in. And don't follow voices or lights. Weird beasts lure humans into death. And don't touch the creepers. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost, using his spear as a walking stick. Well, stay safe, stranger. He raises his voice and addresses his companions. We wasted too much time on Sfroth. Time to get back. The others prepare their own weapons and join their guide. The one with the bow stays silent. With a gentle gesture, commands them to follow. They keep up with the rest of the group, dragging the club behind with remarkable strength. I could spend a few minutes foraging for wild plants. Most of what you find are large apples, not as sour as the wild ones, and some wild strawberries. Picking them takes little effort. The short meadow hides nothing more dangerous than rats, rabbits, mice, and grasshoppers, and with the help of your mount, you can reach the higher branches. I don't think I have that. Okay. I think... Shit. What direction did they just say? Where is it? Archive? Crossroad leading east. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through. You leave the wetlands behind. The pebbled roads run through the hillside, with tall grasses and rock faces above you, and dark, lush forests below. Chunks of this path were shaped by human tools, who knows how many centuries ago. To widen it, the builders dug through the uneven boulders and used rocks and logs to fill up the cavities with thousands of rocks, each one smaller than your fist. While you have a good view of what's happening between the trees on your right, the bushes and shrubs grow so densely between them that you can't imagine entering these woods on your own. Farther south, there are plumes of smoke. A settlement, most likely. At the top of the hill, you reach a stone wall, a quiet place with no smoke coming from behind it. You look inside and see the glimpse of a peaceful ruin. While the main road is beaten and easy for the hooves, the destroyed gate and the remains of the front yard are almost reclaimed by the short grasses. You seek any suspicious movement, but the place seems to be free of inhabitants, larger than a falcon. The air is fresh. The wind shakes the tree crowns gently. I'm going to go ahead and save right now. I enter the yard. The hamlet couldn't be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, a storage for traders. It could be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, a storage for traders. But you spot no fresh human trails. The damaged door and gates are years old, soggy and moldy, and judging by the squirrels, birds, and the animal feces you see in the grass, this place is but a part of the wilderness. The roof collapsed only a few years back, turning into food for mushrooms. The outer wall looks generations old, but it used to be maintained. Some of its materials came from different times and areas. Let's go behind the building. The chaos sparks right after you approach the tree stump. The dusk fox's growl sounds like a hybrid of an obnoxious bird and an infant. One of the animals, standing only a few feet away from you, is jumping and showcasing its tiny sharp teeth and a raccoon-like black mask on its little head. The animal, with its thick brownish-gray fur, seems more stout than any red fox. The second loud creature gets onto the table made of a halved trunk. Unlike the first one, it has a brighter golden fur. It bends one of its forelegs, observing you with its dark eyes. Not furious nor scared, rather sad and protective. Its growl turns into a miserable whine. The beasts are not even waist high, but their number may be an issue. There's yet another sound coming from behind you, and even more from the bushes nearby. Let's step away and try to count them. Great. You take a quick glance and evade the creature in front of you as it tries to bite your leg, but you then feel the bite on your calf. The third larger fox was standing right behind you, and while loud, it's lumbering on its paws, not trying to hold you in place. The noises from the bushes belong to little pups, most likely harmless, though they are doing their best to imitate their guardians. You take a step back. Let's run. You pass the weaker fox and run toward your belongings, encouraging the beasts to chase you all the way down to the gates as they are growling with determination. For now, they stay in the shelter filled with pride. You and Nagy take a few steps away. Let's move on. Are you sure you want to leave this place to its fate? Actually, let's try it with the amulets. With the axe in one hand and the wand in the other, you enter the hamlet. The dusk foxes react right away, seeking new positions as they try to keep you in the front yard. The lumbering beast is running to your right, clinging to the wall, hoping to repeat its attack from behind. The golden one jumps on the tree stump, growling at you as it lowers its head. The last one, which seems to be the bravest, remains in constant movement, pretending to attack you, then moving back. The pups stay far behind, relying on their protectors. Dusk foxes should be susceptible to light. You grab one of your oldest amulets, a pendant made of leather and a single dim pearl. The little sphere is covered by cryptic engravings, but if there's any special meaning behind them, you are never able to find out what it could be. Holding the pearl between your fingers makes you feel the pleasant, familiar warmth. After a deep single breath, you shut your eyes and start spinning the pendant above your head. The pneuma leaves your shell. You hear the whimpers, then you cease your spell and look around. The foxes are shaking their heads and moving back. You have an advantage, though only for a few heartbeats. The foxes have enough time to regain their vision, and the brave one is quick and nimble. You try to keep it at a distance, aware that another fox is approaching you from the back slowly, but then you get hit by the golden critter, which is clinging to your armored shoulder with its claws and reaching for your neck. Your fine armor stops the pain completely, and as you raise your arm, the fox's jaw is almost at the edge of its teeth, but you're conscious enough to grab it and throw it away, making it hit the wall with an unpleasant thud. You maintain your cold blood and swing your weapon at the fox that wants to bite your leg. It tries to dodge, but not quickly enough. You land a hit, and the whining beast moves away, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The pain scares away the two stronger foxes, and the third one is unwilling to attack you without assistance. You raise your blade, and they wait no longer. The stronger two run for their pups, grab them by their necks, and keeping their distance, carry them to the hole in the wall, near the bare tree. They get through it with confident jumps. Before the lumbering one disappears into the wilderness, it gives the pack's shelter one last glance. Nagy's swishing his tail, trying to get rid of a couple of obnoxious flies. Let's look around. Oh, what am I looking for? Food? There's nothing around that could be easily turned into a meal, at least not edible for you. The mushrooms require long preparations and access to a fireplace and cooking instruments, while the bugs would need to be caught first. That's not an easy task, especially without a trap. The more convenient foods, such as the fruits or nuts, are already devoured or hidden by the dusk foxes, birds, and squirrels. I look for something else. Water? It's a simple chamber with no furniture that would explain its purpose. The fireplace is buried beneath the roof. You inspect the walls, made of hundreds of small rocks dressed with a chisel. The trash is heavy from the moisture. You push it with your boot. What starts a commotion among gray, disoriented bugs. Removing the rubble would take some effort, but for now it doesn't look like there's anything of value left behind. With enough wood, a group of builders could restore this hamlet in just a few days. I can't sleep here. I kind of want to see what happens if we do this. Enter the yard, enter the building first. Block their charge. Run for it. Dusk foxes observe you as you climb up the saddle. They're growling and walking in circles. One of the pups knocks down their sibling, starting a playful fight. There's no reason to bother them. Let's go with that. Lane's happier with that one. I think I am too. What time is it? Alright, let's hopefully find somewhere where we can rest. You're squeezed between the hills and the forests. The only larger beast you spot is a single saurian basking on a boulder, lazily observing you from a safe distance. Your ears catch the howls coming from the north, long and loud, as you keep an eye on the rock ledges. You almost miss the drastic shift in the landscape. The forest turns into a lake, and the few plants growing next to the road mostly bear fruit. The road is not as reliable here as it was in the hills. Parts of it are a bit muddy, and the puddles disturb your ride. Maybe the locals will maintain it before it gets swallowed by the lake. Oh boy, okay. The deep, loud yells of howlers are piercing your ears, concealing any sound in the area. They're sitting on branches and in the tall grass, not really trying to hide. Their thick black and gold furs cover their entire shells, aside from the charcoal black faces with roundish flat noses and wide nostrils. The younger members of the pack are about the size of your mount's head, but the larger ones would be chest high if it wasn't for the fact that they walk on all fours. Their long tails are like an additional arm, helping them climb, hang from branches, or hold food while they eat. They aren't particularly muscular, but when they form their pink lips into the shape of a cup to release their howls, their mouths are so wide they could fit your entire arm inside. As you listen to the shouts, you're reaching for your head. You feel a weird itch, but somehow you can't touch it. Weird. Let's save again. Keeping my distance, I take a look at the skin behind the boulder. The whitish rawhide covers the grass like a blanket, surrounded by paw prints. The howlers don't wait for you to approach it. One of the larger ones jumps on the ground, leaning on its hands and challenging you with its gaze. It has rather blunt teeth. I had this thing. Oh, goblins and pebblers. Oh. Picked up the old rawhide. You stretch out your legs and dash ahead. At first the monkeys move away with a few unconvinced yells, but then those from above start to howl, even deeper than before, and you feel as if your guts are starting to move, hitting against each other. You get dizzy, and soon the pain enters your skull as if you're getting hit by a smith's hammer time and time again. Yet you manage to stay calm, focused on your goal. The larger creatures try to cut your path, but being on the ground, they can't keep up with your legs. Without stopping, you grab the rawhide, then carry on, waiting for a few heartbeats before you change direction rapidly, now getting closer to Nagy. The largest beast leaps from behind a tree and lands right next to you. Its hit flings you back. You crush into the ground and scrape against the beaten ground, pushing your jacket to its limits. Your side hurts, but you get back on your feet, still holding the blanket. Your mount snorts and walks away, ready to flee. You chase after it. By the time you reach the saddle, the beasts have already abandoned their pursuit, though they still shout angrily. Nagy is more than ready to flee. Its ears are held back, nostrils wrinkled. You wonder if it suffers from the howls. You ride away and take a few deep breaths, then inspect the rawhide. The wet, torn blanket is worth as much as bread crust. Still, it's not rotten. If the owner is around, they may recognize it. I guess we'll keep going. What time is it? It's getting late. The lakeside is filled with the chirping of cicadas and crickets, as well as the roaring of beasts from the northern hills. Farther down the road, you see yellow, tall grasses, interwoven with flowers and bumblebees, while the peaceful water shines just as much as the wings of dragonflies. This road is often traveled, and the clatter of hooves carries far. Thanks to the vast field of view, the creatures hiding in the meadows are unlikely to jump on an animal as large as Nagy. In the distance, you see a palisade and a large building set on the side of a crossroad. Once you get closer, you hear a conversation from behind the wall. Two men are arguing about if they really just heard a horse. Maybe they know some useful rumors. Maybe there's no signpost anywhere nearby, so I better ask for directions. Let's ask for directions. Achievement unlocked, the 4 crossroads. Foggy Lake. The tavern, set at the northern crossroads, a poorly protected shelter used by hunters and foragers. You're currently here. I wonder if this is dashed and incomplete because the road isn't fully there. The parts that you can't see are not real paths. Maybe. Nagy carries you toward the open gate on its own, welcoming an opportunity to rest by pushing out the air loudly through its nostrils. A nearby wooden pen won't offer much space for a horse, but should be enough for grazing and a nap. As you dismount, 2 men get up from the front stairs. Their clean-shaven faces reveal that they're in their early 20s. The first one is taller than you, broad-shouldered, and wears light brown pants and a darker jacket, both of them made of leather. With an inviting smile, he gets up and moves to open the enclosure. His steps are heavy and slow, but every movement is marked with carefulness, assuring he won't knock down anything, or anyone. The second man looks as different from his colleague as the sun and the moon. He's unusually short and wears a heavy cloak made of black fur, so large it could cover his entire shell. He opens the door of the building, hides his hand, and peeks into the room. Foggy, His voice is shrill and unconcerned. "A messenger, come!" I took off some of my bundles, let my horse rest. Snedex, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Thank you, Snedex. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Glad you made it out of that traffic safely. Thanks for being here. Probably going to be calling it a stream fairly soon because my brain gets a little sleepy of paying attention for so long on reading. The hanging barrel sways in the wind, marking the place as an inn or a tavern. The building resembles a merchant's house from Havlavan, whitewashed and with oiled, elegant wooden beams. The fragile walls are high enough to avoid floods and snow, but you have no doubt that a troll or even a peddler could easily break through them. The palisade is short, has hardly any support, and has no walkway for crossbowmen, hardly enough for even a makeshift hamlet. Yet it's the open harbor that makes you uneasy. Aside from the fish, any creature, aquatic or not, could just walk into the yard, undisturbed. The path is covered with paw prints and claw marks. Better not to leave Nagy outside during the night. Oh, thank you, Lane. I appreciate that. I really am focusing. I really want it to be nice to listen to. A black and white bird swoops into the water, then flaps its wings and takes off with a silver twitching creature in its talons. The large man clears his throat. And what have we here? Coming from afar, friend. And there are now horses and howlers. His voice is stentorian, close to a shout. You vaguely recognize his accent from the city harbor. We'll be friendly, I think. Quite far, kind soul. Nagy came with me from Havlavan. He nods appreciatively. A weird beast, a donkey that can kill a man. You notice he keeps quite a distance from it and holds his hand close to his throwing club. Haven't seen one in a while. The roads here aren't that bad. They'll take you north and east with ease. You hear heavy footsteps. A woman shows up in the door and looks at you from the top of the stairs. She's even more towering and stout than her son, the man who just welcomed you. With a massive chest and a pear-shaped face with a prominent chin, her movements are composed and confident. She may be older than 50, with a mixture of gray and dark blonde hair. She has only one arm, the left one, notably muscular, and with a hand so large it could likely chop off Nagy's head with a single strike, or crush yours like a berry. Through the slit of her robe, made of creamy warm fur, you spot her trunk-like legs. She runs her eyes over your blade, armor, and mount. Her lips form into something of a smile, distorted by the scar that runs through her mouth. The tall guy looks a lot like her. The tall man spreads his arms, forming a chain between you and his mother. Meet Foggy, friend. Ma, the rider has come to us from Havlavan. Just look at this horse. His powerful voice turns timid, and he keeps turning his head from left to right and back. Too bad we have no hay. He looks hungry. The woman looks at him with amusement, then glances at your palfrey. A cute monster you've brought, but not enough fat on it. If it ever breaks a leg, bring it here, we'll smoke it for winter. She vaguely stretches out her only hand. What brings you to Foggy Lake, love? Just stopping by? Her voice is hoarse, like that of a traveler who spent too many autumn nights in cold tents, yet carries a hint of motherly concern. I close the animal pen behind me and head towards the stairs. You won't find another shelter in this part of the Dragonwoods, especially not in creeks. She scratches her broad chin with sausage-like fingers. You drink? Good company. That's what I like to hear. Her brief, powerful laughter is enough to scare away the birds from above the lake. Your mount lets out a fearful snort. Let's not wait then. Come on, dear. Share a story with me in a mug. Without waiting for your response, she walks inside. The tall man takes a deep breath. Go ahead. We'll take care of your horse. He encourages you with a gesture, and by that he means we won't do anything with it, adds the man in black fur. Whenever his screechy words follow the deep voices of his companions, he sounds like a brat. We're not feeding or washing beasts that we won't put in a stew, but we'll keep an eye on it. They find new spots to rest, the side of a boat and a stool near the palisade. Without another word, I go up the stairs. The narrow segmented window shutters let in a lot of light without letting the beasts inside. The air is humid, but carries not a hint of putridity. The heels of Foggy's boots make her steps thunder, even though the planks don't creak. Make yourself at home, she says, without looking at you, heading to the trap door in the corner. I'll just grab a little something. Your ears catch the screeches of hunting birds and the wind that leaks in through the windows, but other than that, the room is quiet. I investigate the main hall. The room is crammed with stuff. The bear pelt on the ground would be a nice resting spot, but the place doesn't look like a real home. No chests, no cabinets for clothes, no toys or tools for simple crafts that would fill the time during rainy evenings. Living with so many windows in winter would be a struggle. One could clear this place in one morning and move all that's worth saving into a single wagon. The only things of exceptional value are the cauldron, made of pricey steel, and the hanging head of an insect-like monster. Its mandibles don't move, the dim eyes seem intact, and its armored head tells a long story of survival through scratches and cuts. I check the basement. The meager light hinders your view. There are dozens of barrels, sacks, stone tools, bowls, and pieces of roasted fish or bird meat. Foggy notices you but doesn't say anything. She looks for something among a bunch of bottles. There's a couple more animal trophies placed on the top of the barrels and leaning against the walls. Fangs, claws, monster heads, and a lizard skin. Quite a collection. Where's the ladder lead? You climb up the simple rope ladder and reach the attic. It smells like a haystack. The floor is covered with animal furs, bags, and clothes. There's a soul sitting in a corner, a bearded man in his 20s who has only the right hand. Though unlike the tavern keeper, he has kept the rest of his arm. His sleepy eyes observe you without a word. After he greets you with a nod, he starts to put on his boots. I sit down at the table. You take a glance at the blood on the table, the scattered yellow feathers and a bowl of guts and talons. You find yourself a clean stool. Foggy shows up soon, smiling, holding 2 cups in her hand, a bottle in her fingers, and a cloth under her shoulder. She puts everything on a stool and wipes the table clean. Forgive the mess, just a part of the job, she explains without a hint of apology. I'd rather dress birds in the yard, but the blood lures beasts. Sometimes the folks from creeks bring us meals, but we need to take care of ourselves. She throws the bloody cloth back into the bucket, making a splash, then sits down on a stool, making it look like it was made for a doll. She rests her elbow on the table and looks you in the eyes. Her voice is warm, yet intrusive. So, who am I dealing with? I introduce myself. The bottle removes its seal seemingly by itself. The wax floats in the air briefly, then lands on the table gently. Without a word, she pours a thick liquid into the cups with her only hand, but doesn't offer you your drink just yet. I'm trying to learn more about the peninsula. A tavern seemed like a fair shot. I'm looking for Asteria and the previous Roadwarden. I'm going to need shelter every now and then. I stay on the road for most of my days. I hope to trade a fair bit in the following days. I wanted to see what I can get here, leave behind some coins. I was hoping to find work. If nothing else, I can always carry a message for you. I had to get here sooner or later. I guess we'll open with Asteria because that also says that we're the new Roadwarden. She looks at you for a longer moment without the slightest movement. And why do you think he's here? I'm not saying that I do, but maybe you know where I can find him. Is he here? I'm just asking around. I misunderstood you. She shakes her head and leans on the table. I don't know his whereabouts. He didn't tell me a thing more than I needed to hear. When was the last time you saw him? She glances at a window. Same as the others, in the late days of spring. We were waiting for his return, me and all the villages. Then moved on. I've no idea where he went. All of the villages? She turns toward you with the fierceness of a bear. That's what I said. What can you tell me about him? She rests her only hand across her stomach, which you identify as her version of crossing her arms. A customer and an errand runner. What's there to say? Your additional questions don't get many more answers. She brings up the man's look and equipment without adding much to what you've already learned from Tulia. He was paying with dragons, rarely bartered, she adds. That's what city folk do, seeking riches, then locking themselves in a chamber, prisoners of their might. Well said. Her chuckle makes you think of a wolf's growl. Did he do any jobs for you? She's pressing her tongue against her cheek and lips. Well, I'm not sure. He was bringing me news or delivering my messages, sold me some stuff, sometimes bought a thing or two. His life wasn't really that riveting. Just another mug guzzler sitting in the corner, patching his clothes. Hep with the gift sub to Flower. Thank you, Hep. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Cheers, dude. Yeah, me too, Lane. She's a cool character so far. Again, a lot of really cool, interesting female characters in this game. And it's not like it's really like drawing attention to that fact. It's just how it is. Cheers, man. Thank you very much. It's very generous. Did he sell you anything unusual? She stares at you without blinking. Such as what? Something that hints to where he went, something he found in an unusual place. Something in an unusual place. Such tales stay between me and my guests. She nods toward the wall that separates you from the lake. This place may be open, maybe too open, but it guards secrets just fine. You don't sound especially bothered by his disappearance. You see me as someone eager to make friends with a vagabond? That's right, we look like garbage. I'll take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keep. Folks come and go, their faces disappear. Friends die in my arms. She pauses. Families fade away. There was a different Roadwarden years ago, and there's another one now. But there's only one Foggy in the north, and one Ilan, that slow son of mine, and one Creeks. I have so many tears to spare. We'll return to this later. Maybe. Once our souls will be too restless to stay quiet. But now, go ahead. Enjoy your drink. You raise the cup to your nose. You smell flowers, yeast, and hops. The liquid is golden on the edges, but resembles red amber in the center. It's as thick as an herbal medicament. You take a look at your companion, seeking a hint of what's expected of you. In some places, people gulp down their mead, but your vessel allows you to appreciate the aroma. The huge keeper smiles and takes a sip. You follow her lead. The drink touches your lips. It's warm, hiding none of its subtleties. Drinking mead is a never-ending conflict between holding the taste in your mouth and saving yourself from the tormenting sweetness of honey, yet the flavors of flowers are just as present, too difficult to capture just yet. Foggy leans forward with an elbow resting on the table. Well, for me, it's a lazy evening. At least the rains spare us, so nicely holding on to the nights. Cheers, man. I'm so glad to hear that for you, dude. I'm still working on getting there myself, but it's good to hear that. What's the story behind this place? It can't be older than a few years. What brought you north? You don't look like someone who spends their life cleaning tables. You seem to be into some expensive drinks. Let's change the topic. What's the story behind this place? It's our third summer under the roof of Foggy Lake, but the palisade is older. It used to be a camping spot for the bird catchers from creeks, and there are fish here that don't swim in our streams. When we were but newcomers in the north, these lands were hard to bend. But the beasts got used to us with time. A melancholy crawls into her eyes. She observes the mead in her cup. Every year or so we added something new. The rocks for a campfire, some stools, a fence, a firewood shed, a boat. At one point, we brought the lumber from White Marshes and built a cabin, like the one on the Eastern Road. More folks were resting here, even traders from Gale Rocks and Old Pagos. A plenty fine spot for an inn. Her smile is warm. I'm building my home from nothing, you could say, and not for the first time. How about you? Does any of it sound tempting? That's the dream, a place far away from Havlvan, somewhere where I can rest after a day of work without an aching back. Home is where I can find kind people. That's something I can ask myself after I've saved some dragon bones. I'll say that. You speak my own words, love, my own words. We have a good home here in the north. Not a safe one, not a fun one, but there's plenty of food and plenty of things to build. I'm already luckier than most. She looks at the place where her missing arm used to be. How do you stay safe? You're completely open from the lake. Quick legs, love. Her brief yet thunderous laughter makes you flinch. We don't leave any food outside, but our cauldron smells. Every now and then something scary shows up. We lock ourselves here for days if we have to. Our windows help us to keep an eye on the yard. Better this than leaving the hamlet to goblins. You mentioned that having no wall from the lakeside is quite a risk. She nods in agreement and takes another sip. We don't bring children and old folks around, but this part of the peninsula is not so bad, at least in sunlight. Not much food growing or running around unless you can live on fish and birds, and the folks of creeks are great hunters, the greatest around. But isn't there a harbor in the city as well? How'd you keep the creatures away? Welcome back, Spice. Thank you, Hep. I appreciate that, man. A lot. They're used to avoiding Havlvan. The guards and sailors make it too dangerous for them. They mostly stay in the water, waiting for trash or drunkards to fall from a bridge. Every now and then something large shows up between the boats, or even enters the streets. People learn to run away and leave it to the soldiers, but from time to time there are casualties. It's actually the flying beasts that bother us. I'll say that. I hope Gabe's okay. I'm not sure if I understand. See, that's what I hope for. With enough time and crossbows, walls can only get safer. I just have to play it smart and take some risks. So far, it's working. Ah, gotcha. Oh, now I'm reading it properly now. Sorry, streamer brain. Any interesting beasts you hunt for? What brought you north? You don't look like someone who spends their life cleaning tables. You seem to be in beasts. Oh, I hunt for nothing, she smirks. Not since I lost my arm. And the boys outside are not made for it either. They've no drive to fight, you see, and grew up to be wimps. They sometimes club down a hare, but we're all about foraging and bird traps now. The folks in creeks do the real hunting, she adds after a pause. Runners, mouflons, rats, sometimes a buffalo or a saurian. We have no soil for fields, so game meat is all we have left. She stretches out, getting even taller. Do you hunt often? If I'm about to starve, I don't enjoy killing. You've picked a rough trade for yourself then. I used to like it. Hunting, sure, but even more so crushing the undead. I even cut down a few bandits for a good pay. But now, when my dumb ape of a son goes on a longer trip, my heart pounds like a hammer. She thuds her clenched fist against her chest. I couldn't go on like this. Bandits also have mother's eye. What's brought you north? You don't look like someone who spends their life cleaning tables. Once you burn enough dead friends and relatives, clean tables start to look pretty tempting. She leans forward and takes another look at her bottle, sealing it with an approving nod. My ma and pa were both big and strong. One time, they saw me sitting on this kid, twisting his arm, so they started to teach me. Staff duels, running, lifting barrels and rocks. Thankfully, the army chieftain said I wasn't disciplined enough. She rubs the scars on her forehead. So I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, guarded a village temple. The last memory makes her voice gloomy. Not all of these things make me proud of myself. She smells the mead in her cup but doesn't take a sip. I moved here only after I lost my arm, when the folks were fleeing the invasion. I took my Elan, cast of dragons, joined a more organized group. Arm or not, I still have a fierce punch. She lets out a pleased grunt. I was worth keeping around. It really is. Her voice can't hide that she's delighted to carry on with her tale. Now that the years are catching up with me, and even more so with my back, I need to build myself a decent shelter. I crave no adventures, but I'm happy to hear stories from other restless souls. In the meantime, I'll practice this little trick. She points at the cauldron in the middle of the room and starts to make circles with her finger. The ladle mimics the movement, mixing the stew for another minute or two. That's also good for my back. That's pretty cool. She's like got a little spell to stir the soup from across the room. I'm also impressed. Yeah, the writing's been great, and the sound and music are also like if the music was distracting or looped too tightly, it would be tedious and just drain this experience, but it's the opposite. Your name's Foggy, and this is Foggy Lake. Is the tavern called after you or after the lake? The lake has no name. She moves her cup away and leans forward, resting her elbow on the table. Her voice is playful, warm. Yet, I mean. But there will be stories about this place, believe me, and about passing by the lake while getting to Foggy's. I may not be a dragon slayer or a holy woman, but one way or another, my soul will live on in my name, tied to these walls. She looks at you in silence, then bursts into laughter. You could swear she makes the jars shake. I'm plenty fine being vain. Oh, thank you, Lane. We all want to be remembered, I think. My pa used to say memories of ours live in the blood of our children. But guess what? Kids die as well. All my brothers and sisters, gone. She pauses, but there's no sadness in her eyes. Stories have a better reach. We can tell each other about strangers who lived centuries ago. There's magic in that. I nod toward the spot where her right arm should be. Any story there? She leans back, moving her shoulders and chest up and down as if she's having a soundless chuckle. Not one I'm going to share with a newcomer, dear. Stay alive until next autumn. I'll open a cask of cold cider and tell you quite a tale. It has treason, treasure, monsters, and dark spells. But I'm way too sober for it now. She grabs her cup. Her wink turns into an awkward blink. So, you can move things with your thoughts? She chuckles. Why? Can't you? I know some tricks, but not that one. I tell her about my amulets. She pays great attention to the ways you've obtained your talismans and how they affect your spellcasting. In my family, it was nothing like that, she says after a good couple of minutes. My grandparents used to be great mages, but not great enough to survive the plague. Her scarred lips form a grimace, and my ma got no talent from them. After a year of training, she was hardly able to push a feather from a distance of a foot. I always knew I had a strong soul in my blood, but there was no soul there to teach me how to use it. She examines her cup. The ladle stops moving. Now I try to figure it out all by myself. But without a teacher, I may not have enough summers left to become a master. What's going to happen next? Will you build a real wall? Why not? Then grow my connections in the villages, buy more hard drinks, build another shed, a cabin even, and hire a private warden for these roads. For my guests. She sips from her cup, looking at you. But it's all in the distant future. We, at Creeks, need to take care of the eastern route, clear it for the traders. Without trade, all I have is the locals, and they don't even use dragon bones. But why'd you care, dear? Are you planning to stay around? I'll see what the future brings. She nods, as we all will. You seem to be into some expensive drinks. The pricey ones are gifts I received, or treasures I found when I was young. I also bought a few. I like to offer something unusual to the wealthier or more promising guests. She tilts her cup. I dabbled with some recipes myself. I've plenty of brewing tools, though I can name maybe half of them. Still, from ales to hard drinks, I had some successes. We changed the topic. I must say, love, I rarely meet folks with that many questions. She gives you a warm look. And what hides beneath them? We all need friends, don't we? She rests her hand on her stomach. We do, but some of us need them more than the others. I'd say it's better for me to have a peek into a Roadwarden's head. A good one could shake things up a fair bit. The bad ones, well, they die quickly. What can you tell me about the peninsula? She nods. I know this and that. Which place? What can you tell me about... Let's ask her about this Dusk Fox shelter. Haven't heard of such a place. I'm trying. Let's ask about the watchtower. The watchtower used to be a safe shelter. She looks through the door. Its walls could even stop the larger beasts. Well, maybe not a dragon, but there are no soldiers around here, and without traders, also no mercenaries. We asked adventurers to occupy it, but all they ever did was grab what they could, hunt for a bit, and then went away. Eudocia, the enchantress, said she cares not about keeping the tower in one piece. She said she cares not about keeping the tower in one piece. We don't even have a key to the main door. It's in Gale Rocks. We can only wait and see how many years it will take before it turns into a ruin. You ask her what you can find near the watchtower. Eudocia is to the east. The road through the heart of the forest to the west. Far away to the south you'll find a dolmen, but no soul looks after it anymore. The road north leads here, through the stone bridge and foraging grounds. How about... Hey, what about the dolmen? At the southern road, it must be centuries old, but I'd rather spend a night in a young inn, thank you. But isn't it weird that there are no other chapels in the north? Maybe they were all dismantled. Stone has its price, after all. I know hunters used to make campfires there, but I bet it leaves sticky soot on the walls. How about the ruins? There are many places you could call that, dear. Fair enough. Elder's Cave? Aye, there are druids there, in the old flooded mine. I don't know much about them. They keep close to Howler's Dell, helping with animals and plants. Only 2 of them ever came to Creeks. Soon after we built our first palisade, my Elon was but a baby. You ask her what they said, and she puts her fist to her forehead. They had no guards, no weapons, not even a wolf. Were older than I am now, but were walking down these roads as if they owned them, and came to warn us, the shamanic twaddle you can hear everywhere, that we are to stay humble and respect their woods. It's the same as it was with the priests of Unites, dear. You keep your eyes low, nod without a word, let them go and do your own thing. Hep, have a great night, my friend. Thank you for the gift sub for Flower. It was really good to see you again. I hope you have a lovely evening and get some good sleep. Hope you had fun playing Destiny, of course. Shout out Stab. Take care of yourself, man. We'll see you soon. We're going to get to the end of this night, I think, in the game and then call it a stream. I'm really enjoying talking to this character, though. I guess we could ask about the dell or the rock slide. Well, there's a lot to say about Howler's Dell, dear. Her eyes dart around. You have to press her before she says anything of note. It's in the middle of the Western Road, among the safer lands, and has a large forest garden. Its folks eat and dress well and have plenty of guards and the strong spells of their druids. She scratches her knee, measuring every word. Whatever you do, remember to laugh at the mayor's jokes. Her name's Thais. Don't stay in her way. Her voice is as grim as her eyes are serious. You recall your memories of Thais, a thin, smiling woman who likes expensive dresses. Foggies could squash her in a blink of an eye. See you, Heb. Take care, buddy. I wanted to ask about the rock slide. Let me think. That's the road in the far west eye, the one between Howler's Dell and their fishing hamlet. The rocks blocked it over a decade ago. Okay. Tulia's camp, a mystery, that it's still standing at all. There were always bad tales about the place, folks disappearing or getting sick, highwaymen taking over, weird screams and nightmares. Caius, the one without a hand, she points towards his whereabouts with her thumb. He had a vision one night there, something that turned his soul wicked. That's what Hag Hills do to folks. Pelt to the north. It's placed in what used to be an outpost of dragon hunters, older than mine, but finely renewed. Far away near the pass that leads through Hag Hills, an inn so you can rest there or buy yourself some food. Iason, the innkeeper, leads a group of big game hunters, though when they're together, he's like a cloud above them. Otherwise, they can be a lot of fun. They haven't been here long, must not be much more than 10 years. And they mostly keep to themselves. She gestures it for you to go on. What do you have for sale? Now you're talking, she grins. Well, I could serve you some of my cooking. Not food rations, mind you. Need what we can save for the winter season. Let's say you give me a dragon. In return, I'll cook for you 4 times. You just need to ride up when you're hungry. And other than that, you won't take any wood or stone, are you? Seeing you shrug, she waves it off and heads toward the trap door. After a minute, she shows up with a sack that clangs after every step. I can sell you some scraps. She pulls out a couple of iron clasps, nails, and a broken steel blade. A valued trash. We found them a while forging. We don't have a furnace in Creeks, but you could sell these bits and pieces to someone else. She observes you for a moment, then shrugs. Let's discuss the price. Let me take a look first. 4 meals bought in advance. I'm gonna see about... Do we have anything to sell her? Raw fish. You know we're by the lake, guys. She laughs and gestures for you to take your catch away. There are fresh fish in creeks, salty ones in Gale Rocks. Maybe try an Ape Ale Inn, or Howler's, or the Pelt of the North. She's like, I'm not buying that shit. Jar of troll urine? I'm gonna keep that. Could I spend a night or two under your roof? She approaches a window above the table and looks outside. Your beast won't make it easy for us, dear. She places her hand on the shutters. It's not a city inn. I don't cook for a smile. I don't work to feel noble. I allow folks to lie down there for free. She points to the bear fur with her broad chin, but that's about it. If your horse stays outside, it'll lure the beast to us. But if we move it here, upstairs, it'll leave droppings on my floor. She gets annoyed, even by the idea of it happening. If you want to rest here, love, be ready to either pay with a coin or some food rations, or to spend the night keeping your mount quiet. And clean after it in the morning, will you? She steps away. It was the repellent that we got from that. And he told us, don't ask me where I got it. from the scavenger. We did like a quest for him, and he's like, I could give you money, but I'd rather give you this. And it just sounded more interesting, I guess. Yeah, we didn't collect it ourselves, no. It's a totally fair question, though, Skanda. I've heard there's some bandits in the north. She makes an annoyed grimace. What can I tell you, dear? You know how it goes. Lost souls need a new path after an awfulness finds them. But the years go by, and it doesn't get any easier. One day they take a pile of firewood, another one some bread and clothes. After they start hurting folks, there's no way back, even if they're not all cruel. You ask her some more, but she's reluctant to give you straightforward answers. You don't have to worry about Glaucia's band. They hunt, sometimes take this or that, scavenge after folks who get jumped by beasts, but she never tried to threaten my place. You're safe here, and why would they try to bother a Roadwarden? She may be right. Some bandits are just desperate. I frown but bite my tongue. If Havlavon sends its soldiers here, she may face consequences for supporting the outlaws. I'm not going to say that. She smiles. What else, dear? Yeah. Alley beers. That's a throwback. I get that reference. Have you heard anything about necromancers here in the north? She rubs her chin. I don't like what they're doing one bit, but I can't blame them. The folks at White Marshes struggle, and they don't know how to protect their kids, their elders. Aurentius, their priest, she cracks her shoulders. A quiet man, but preaches like a zealot. Always looks like he's on the verge of crying. She opens the door with a wave of a hand, letting in some fresh air. That's awesome. She looks at the lake. They used to trade in lumber, those from Marshes, until Howler's Dell started selling their own trees for better prices. The trade to Marshes died, and so came the hunger. She looks at you with an unclear grimace on her lips. You may judge them, but at least their preacher gave them hope, even if it's tied to black magic. So we did see that clearing of cut down trees, and we were thinking, like, how much more can they cut down here? That explains. It's like shifted the lumber market. I'm looking for work. New entry, check on old Pagos. She grins. I somehow doubt you're here to forage for me, love. Not that I have any room for another soul. Let me think. She runs her eyes over the shelves and the trophies, but it's the rocks surrounding the fireplace that catch her attention. The folks at Old Pagos are weirdly quiet. They were supposed to drop 2 wagons of rocks at my place. Can you check on them? Just find out if they're fine. You mentioned the payment. It won't take much work from a rider. You can get there and back in less than a day. Just ride west of here until you get to the crossroads. Then another one. Turn west again and you'll find the village. I'll give you, let's say, a dragon bone? You mentioned that it's not much, but she waves it off. A Roadwarden should get familiar with all the villages anyway, right? Just do this when you have a chance. I'll have more coins for you once you prove you can be trusted with the simpler tasks. Yes, exactly, Skanda. Yeah. What can you tell me about Old Pagos? It may be one of the oldest villages in the north, but even if not, it's safe, with strong walls and safe roads. Their crops are weak, but for generations now they've been cutting stone and building for other tribes in exchange for supplies. Some time ago they tied themselves to the monks, and now they don't look kindly on those who don't follow the orders of truth. She pauses, twisting her lips to one side, choosing her words carefully. But they're plenty fine folks. True believers. Something lost in the city, not ones to deal in slave trading and pillage. I'll let you know if I learn anything. She gestures for you to go on. I mean, I'm gonna buy the meals. Ooh. I'd like to eat. There we go. She stretches out her arm and grabs a bowl. Give me a moment. You sit down at the clean table. After a moment, the keeper brings you a bowl of berries, too fresh, though cold, roasted perches, and a cup of chamomile tisane. Is it tisane? I never know that one. It's already late, so you devour everything that's in front of you. Foggy mentions that you've already paid for another 3 meals. Can I buy a... No. Time for me to go. Nagy's enjoying some fresh grass. Let's wash ourselves. You enter the bridge and move to its edge. Somewhere below you, you notice a glimmer. Oh, great. Hey you, step back, run. Without even thinking, you leap toward the yard. A long, teeth-filled mouth breaks through the water's surface, splashing it in every direction. It bites the empty space where you were just standing, while the front limbs, thick, scaled, and ending with claws as large as your fingers, land on the wood. Once the saurian's yellow eyes notice that you're outside of its reach, it nonchalantly slides into the lake. You hear laughter coming from the yard. The large forager, who's wearing leather, was running with help, but now stands with hands on his thighs, cackling without rest. The man in black fur, on the other hand, looks at you with worry. You see a hand kept beneath his cloak, as if he was reaching for something. What are you doing, I? The lake isn't for outsiders. I gasp for air and thank them for the warning. I'll stay away, don't you worry. He nods and gestures for his companion to cut it. They both move toward the gate. Let's sleep. Can I sleep here? Sleep in the attic. 2 rations. How many do I have? 3. Let's do that. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. So I think that makes our travel times a little bit longer. The monstrous shouts wake you up. The night is bright, and from the window of the tavern, you have a good look at the yard. A few massive dragonlings are exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden tools with their tails, putting their noses into buckets and underneath the stairs. You count 5 of them so far, but you can't see the entire area at once. One of them spots your look and moves closer. Still, it doesn't try to climb to the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. I close the shutter slowly. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Nagy makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor are helping you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, and while the smell coming from the lower floor is not inviting, at least it's not you who has to take care of it. Foggy turns toward you and waits for you to speak. We should probably eat. So we've paid for 2 more meals. Time for me to go. Do we need to clean up after Nagy? Do we bring Nagy inside? I'm not clear on that. I guess not. I approach the foragers. Once the man in black furs hears your steps, he nudges his companion and nods toward you. They put away the old noose traps they were trying to fix, proper for hares and small birds. The tall one spreads his arms, thundering his loud welcome. A Roadwarden, I guess we're going to see each other a lot. I'm Elon. From the shorty here is Zvi. The man in the black fur looks up, frowning. There's also the one-handed man you saw in the attic. Unlike the rest of the staff, he has an unkempt beard and worn clothes made of blue fabric, patched with scraps of flour sacks. He's looking down to examine a trap, but his shoulders are slumped, eyes absent. Elon doesn't introduce him. Leto, nice to meet you. Elon smiles. Were you at the pelt to the north yet, friend? He blushes. How's Dalit doing? Is that one with the yellow armor? She's well, seems to keep the whole crew together. That's her. A lively color, yellow. He smiles, but you catch a hint of envy in his voice. Better say hi to her for us. Her boss was looking for hard drinks and healing potions. I wish I could have helped her. He glances at his companion, who's currently observing a column of ants running alongside the palisade. They were offering good prices, and she was really good at dice and told us about so many monsters. Zvi adjusts his black cloak. Our traps won't fix themselves. What brings you to us? Ilan frowns at this interruption, but says nothing. All right, what's your plan? I could use some work. What's your plan? I could use some work. Zvi nods, and Ilan's voice gets even louder. Glad to hear that. There's hardly any fruits left around here, and even fewer mushrooms, so we're planning to do some bird catching, a hunt without killing. Maybe not today, but in 3 days? Maybe a bit later? What do you say? Why would you need help with birds? How much do you pay? I can't leave my horse behind. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Ilan waves a hand, just like his mother. The idiot will take care of it. The one-handed man starts to object, but a harsh shut up from Zvi makes him sigh. His shoulders sag. Ilan goes on. He's a loony and would stumble over his own feet on a trip, but does what he needs when told to. And you know he won't steal it. He hates animals. How much do you pay? I mean, it may be a scary trip, but it won't take that long. Ilan shrugs. Just show up here at noon or before it. We'll be back in a few hours. You'll get 5 dragons. 2 if the bird dies. That's a good price for one afternoon, Why would you need help? Ilan glances at the cords used for snares. These won't do. We want to catch a runner. This big. He raises his muscular arms and stops it maybe a foot above his head, and bring it here, alive. We want its meat for later. The man with one hand interrupts him. His voice is weak but disdainful. Beasts ought to be dealt with, not tamed. Bonding with monsters brings only death. He has the accent of the city folk, same as yours. Will bring us full bellies in winter, squawks Zvi. What's your plan exactly? Ilan grabs a rope and shakes it in front of you. We'll catch its neck. Your part would be to keep it from running. Don't hurt it, just make it busy enough for us to surround it. That sounds really dangerous. That's why we want you to do the rough part, Zvi smirks. We're just foragers. A Roadwarden knows how to fight, at least it's on its own, without its flock? I feel like I could use better equipment. Well, you shouldn't need weapons for it, friend, but you may look for something worthwhile in Howler's Dell. Ilan points west. Akaikios is all about trade. Not much for idle talk, but he sells things for all his folks. Fine, I'll be back in 3 days or soon after. Ilan grins. Do so. We still need to prepare, and you better do so as well. But don't make us wait for long. Let's not test the bird's patience. Just come back one day before afternoon. I turn toward the one without a hand. Do you know Tulia? The man gives you a surprised glance, but then looks down and crosses his arms, holding his hand under his shoulder. I'm a new man now. There's nothing that ties me to the army. Interesting. You've crossed a great part of this land, greater than most. Have you seen anything unusual? He takes a deep breath. His voice is close to a whisper. There's fog in my soul. I was on the eastern road, hungry and sick, praying for the right to send its beasts on me and save me from the pains of living. I remember the touch of fur and the breath on my neck, the claws pinning me to the ground. I was waiting with eyes closed. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, still feeling. I got back on my feet, walking until I reached the lights of this tavern, without so much as a bruise. Foggy may have no faith in her heart, but the right used her kindness to give me a second chance. Ilan frowns at the man's words, and there's cautiousness in his voice. He may be crazy, but it's true he came here after midnight raving. Maybe the monsters don't like his scent. So you forgot everything? He hides his stump in the palm of his hand and curls up. I've seen a dragon eating a tree, an ape that tore away the head of a monstrous cat, and a wolf without fur that is quick as lightning. Now leave me alone, evil spirit. Let my shame rest. He's shaking. Let him be, Zvi grunts at you. Nothing wrong about a man trying to forget. Ilan rubs his chin. A furless wolf, friend. I've heard about one. Our tribesfolk saw it in the heart of the woods. A nasty beast. Let's hope it won't find a mate for breeding. It charges at you like a runner and jumps right at your throat. He touches his neck, so even the hunters stay away from it. Too bad we've no crossbows. He raises his wooden club. I better to avoid the deep woods without one. I think that's the one we fought. Do you often have travelers here? Ilin's voice is like thunder. Nah, you may very well be the last one this season. Sometimes a group of adventurers, who knows why, and southern traders in spring and autumn. Most of our visitors are from the villages, usually creeks and gale rocks. They leave goods at our place or just outside, and my ma barters in their name with the others. I mean, rocks, timber, furs, and barreled fish can wait a few days. I walk away. We're in the middle of the yard. Nagy is drinking from the lake. You know what? I'm going to save there. And I think we'll call it a stream, my friends.